personal untuk kemaslahatan manusia, meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang syarat dengan atmosfer akademik.
Sorry, I accidentally got muted. I muted myself and I couldn't unmute myself. But what I wanted to show you here are two images where in the first quote that I started, where the student talked about feeling like he was part of a family and that the students were his brothers. And to give you a little bit more context, that was a particular group, a leadership group within this high school, where at that time it was all males group, and or those students who identified as male were in this leadership group. And so we would sit together and have these talking circles where the students could express and talk about things that were happening. And it would have, but they were seminars that would happen about once or twice a week, and they would take a portion of the seminar time to connect with each other. This can also take place in to have a restorative talking circle where you sit with students together, and in the hand of this student, he has what we call a talking piece, which is handed from one person to the other as they take a turn talking. And the talking circles are designed to be spaces that are safe. So you're asked to speak from the heart and listen from the heart, and not to make judgments and carry things out and share it with others, but to just have a more cohesiveness as part of the classroom, and a sense
have two discussion questions. The first is,
Yeah.
how have you listened? How have you listened to your students' voice in the past? And what type of insight do you gain by listening? And the second question, what might be gained or lost by intentionally including restorative talking circles or co-generative dialogue into your teaching context? Oh ya. Jadi untuk para peserta workshop mungkin sudah pernah memiliki pengalaman untuk mendengarkan bagaimana perspektif peserta didik di dalam pembelajaran seperti apa, dan dari proses itu insight apa yang Bapak dan Ibu peroleh. Kemudian pertanyaan untuk kita diskusikan yang kedua adalah hal apa yang mungkin diperoleh atau hilang ketika seorang guru secara sengaja memasukkan upaya untuk mendengarkan perspektif peserta didik atau pendapat-pendapat peserta didik di dalam proses pembelajaran. Jika ada Bapak dan Ibu peserta workshop yang ingin berbagi pengalamannya atau mungkin punya pertanyaan terkait apa yang sudah dijelaskan oleh invited speaker Dr. Rohi Elmeskai, mungkin boleh di open mic, boleh juga raise hand. All right, Dr. Rohim, while waiting from the participants' question, maybe I have a question for you. So, your research, what you have explained, in the way you include the student voice in your teaching context through restorative talking circles and co-generative dialogue, it is one of the impact is to create a safe culture for students. And it is interesting that you can collaborate with students to look back at the data that you collect and discuss with them regarding the phenomenon happened there. My question is, have you had an experience using this technique to focus on the development of students' conceptual understanding regarding the teaching context? I mean, like the conceptual scientific concept, I mean science concepts.
Yeah, so some of what some of the co-generative dialogues that I've worked with students is to examine or to look at some parts of what's happening in the science classroom, and then to provide some reflections on their perceptions of what's going well or not going well. And so not so much per se the exact concepts, but more of like the pedagogical approaches that might be being utilized. So for example, in a chemistry classroom where I was working with a teacher years ago, a teacher researcher, she was concerned about the cultural divide between herself and her students. The teacher was actually from India, and she was teaching as an immigrant in the United States, and she was concerned about whether her students were understanding and how they were receiving her instruction. And so there were some instances where I would share different clips with students, a group of student researchers, and ask for their reflections on how her pedagogy or her approaches and how they perceived it, because it was more of it. So it was less about, were they getting the concept, and more about, were they receiving her instructional technique to give them the concept, if that makes sense. So that's where I put more focus. We were able to sort of look at that and ask questions and to understand why or what was it about the lab. And so one of the student researchers wrote in his journal about how he had never really been to a lab before, and this was his first experience to be able to do experiments. And so he was very engaged in that part of science class, but whenever it was the lecture or they were in the regular classroom and it was just straight, teacher-student interchange, it was less interesting, and so he wasn't as engaged and had a harder time paying attention. With regards to specific content, there was one situation where she was teaching the students about the difference between physical and chemical changes, and trying to understand if the students, really grasp the difference between those two concepts. She asked them to provide different examples. And so when we reviewed some of the video later, she noticed that she shut down examples that the students gave that were from their life experiences, and she was accepting the responses by students that were more aligned with like a textbook response. So a student talked about a rusting bicycle, and she was fine with that. Another student talked about the act of smoking, and the burning of a cigarette or a joint, and she didn't respond well to that. And so through reviewing those videos, she was able to recognize that maybe the students were understanding the concept, and she had missed it because she was not necessarily willing to listen to an example that wasn't within the textbook. So she went back to the students, and we actually videotaped like when she had a conversation about how she had shut down a response. And we later shared with student researchers, and asked them what did they think about this process and the idea that she went back to the students. And they were very much appreciative and felt valued, that she cared about their examples that they were bringing in to understand the science content. So that particular example is important because sometimes, we're in a classroom and we have a question, we say, why aren't our students learning something in particular? And we have, concerns. But then when we start to research and look more closely, we find out that perhaps they are learning, but we're missing their understandings, or it doesn't sound exactly right, or doesn't look exactly right according to our own standards. So the research process can really help us to expand our own thinking about what conceptual meanings can look like in a science class. I don't know if that's what you had in mind, but that's some examples off the top of my head.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Rohi, and that's a very interesting example. And I would like to Dr. Almeski. Sorry, Dr. Almeski. I would like to share about the context of general classroom in Indonesia. So in the class, usually teacher have a big number of students. It's around 30 or more. As I see from your video, it's like maybe less than 20 students. And when you do co-generative dialogue, how you do that? Do you invite all the students to come and see the recorded video and discuss about what happened? Or you just invite some of them that you think you want to know their perspective? And I want to know how will you suggest the teachers in Indonesian context if they want to implement these techniques in their class with a big number of students?
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing the context of Indonesia. I was actually a little bit worried about being relevant when I was preparing my talk because I don't know a lot about the context. But it's a great question. And the answer is that you can be done both ways. You can do co-generative dialogues in whole groups, large groups. You can also do them in smaller groups. You can also do them one-on-one. You can do them with just 2 students. Of course, if you do it with a smaller number, then you would ask those students to come to a different time, so not during class time. It would either be coming a little bit early in the morning, or maybe over their lunch break if you have lunch at the same time, or after school for a little bit of time. So that's we have done it that way, and then you can also do it as part of the whole class, where you take a little bit of class time and you present some of the data and ask the students to reflect on it and to come up with some solutions. So I didn't give this example when I was giving my presentation, but one of the issues that Mr. T was having in his class was related to cell phone usage and his students using the cell phones in the classroom during class time. And so one of the clips that, or 1 or 2 of the clips that I selected, it was actually accidental. But I selected something that had an incident where he was addressing a cell phone, asking a student to put away a cell phone during class time. And so we watched that clip, and we watched it specific to that student. It was a more general sort of like looking at how he interacts with students and how he talks to students, his style. And the particular student who did not put away his cell phone was part of the co-generative dialogue and said, I'm so surprised that it took me so long to put away my phone. He said, I didn't even realize how long I was taking to listen. And so it was a useful activity for him and for other students. They recognized other things, like they noticed that many of the students brought up that Mr. T was very gentle with them, and he was different from a lot of the other teachers. And so they felt like, they said, maybe we kind of take advantage of him and we don't do a good job of listening. And these were things that the insights that they came up with by being able to see this together, like as a class. But you don't have to do it that way. You can do it if you do it in a smaller group, I recommend using a hermeneutic dialectic process where you choose students who are on opposite ends of the spectrum. So maybe one student who's a great, very A+ studious, crosses all the T's and dots all the I's and is a perfect example according to school standards. And then maybe a student who's not considered to be that perfect, or who has behavior, gets disciplined for behavior issues. I'm not advocating for labeling students, but we know in schools that's what sometimes happens. And so identifying students who seem to be opposite from one another who may not be doing as well. One student who seems to be acing all the tests and another student who's struggling. And when you bring them together into the same space and you talk, then you're going to have a larger spectrum of perspectives that will be coming out rather than choosing two students who are similar to one another. The other piece I want to say is that, so co-generative dialogue is very specific towards identifying an issue and resolving it and trying to figure out how to make the classroom better, the school better. Teachers aren't feeling respected, students aren't feeling respected. How do we solve that? Or, I'm trying to teach you this scientific content and you're not responding well. So a very specific purpose. Talking circles or restorative talking circles is a less intentional purpose around solving a problem. It's just talking for the purpose of building rapport and respect and trust. And so sometimes what I've done in larger classrooms is I've divided up the class into smaller groups so that groups of like 8 to 10 students can be talking together, and you have 3 groups, and you can either rotate throughout the groups or each day you sit with a different group. So let's say you take 10 minutes to like do a restorative, have a restorative conversation where you're talking about a specific prompt, something that you come up with. In the case I shared with you, it was what are you afraid of, or what is your fear? So something really short and brief, but the idea is that we're sharing with one another, and you don't have to do it in that whole class setting. You can break it up in your class, and the students can be, 10 together in groups of 10. You can do it that way as well. But that's different that's more of just collecting data and building trust and just kind of understanding your students. Co-generative dialogue is a little bit more intentional and specific in what you can achieve in terms of analysis and interpretations.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Almeskay. That's a very valuable insight. Thank you very much. And we have one more question from Mr. Rahmat, please.
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, especially for the moderator, if I'm not wrong. And then for some reason I couldn't leave my video on. I'm sorry for that. It's very interesting, and it's quite something that we don't normally do in Indonesia in terms of studying students' voice, even though we acknowledge that it's very important to get perspective of the students, of how they feel about their classroom, their school, their friends, their teachers. That's very interesting. So my questions is more related to if someone is interested to do the same things, pretty much the same things. So in your opinion, based on your experience, so what sort of preparation, or what sort of things that we need to prepare, to provide, and then maybe to pay more attention in terms of maybe the design. So starting from the preparation, and then doing the studies and that analysis, and later on reporting in terms of what sort of interesting things that we will write, or we will disseminate with people. And if you could please, in your okay, so this is questions. Are you a teacher in there also, or part of like researchers from outside the school? And then another things, specific questions about how long did it take your study, and I think that's pretty much the question from me. Thank you very much for sharing that wonderful piece of study. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for your questions and for your interest. So I entered into this school as a university researcher coming in to try to help because the district had identified some issues and concerns. They felt like their students were not being prepared well for college and they weren't achieving high academic scores. And so I went in to try to improve sort of how students are doing academically, but found that there was a lot of work that needed to be done in terms of the socio-emotional condition of the students in the school, and also the morale of the teachers and the administrators. So I've been working with them for about 8 years, and there's been a lot of progress that's been made. I didn't get to talk about that as part of because of the time constraints. But for example, the suspension rates of the students being asked to leave the school dropped dramatically. They hired a restorative justice coordinator to take the place of their in-school suspension room. They changed that into a de-escalation room where there was more comfortable furniture and having students to be able to go in and talk to individuals in the building. They also removed the hall sweeps that I described early on, where they would sort of hunt down the students. They stopped doing that. There were a lot of changes, and so I think that one of the biggest helps with that change was the fact that I highlighted the student voices, and I gave them a report that had direct quotes from the students, what the students were saying, and that became a really important piece for the adults in the district, in the building, to try to focus on improving the environment. I'm trying to remember your other questions that you started with.
I think it was about preparing. If they wanted to do this, how would they prepare to engage in co-generative dialogues?
Yes, thank you. That's that. And so I suggest that you start with, once you're identifying your question or questions that you will be having for your action research project, that you allocate one of your data collection techniques and one of your sources should be around student voice. And so the techniques that you can use would be, one could be a restorative justice talking circle where you are able to record the conversation. And for restorative justice, like I said, you have a prompt and there's a specific way that you can engage in it. I wasn't able to go through all of the different specifics, but generally speaking, you're talking together, everyone's taking a turn. And so you could record that, and that could be a data source for you. You can also do student focus groups, which are smaller groups where you call the students in initially just to ask their opinion about what's happening in the classroom relative to your question. So if your question is specific to an instructional strategy that you're using in your laboratory setting, and you want to talk to students about that, then you would have a focus group that was designed to collect data on their voice on that particular question. You can also do one-on-one interviews as well. And then I think the co-generative dialogue comes more into play whenever you, once you have that initial data collected, it would include their student voice, but it would also maybe include recordings from your classroom. It could be your own reflections, journal entries, different whatever, I don't know what are the different forms of data that you're being asked to collect. But then you could share some of that data with your students, and you could use the co-generative dialogue as a space to be able to say, here's the question that I have, here's what I've learned about it so far, help me understand it even more. What do you think about the data that is present? So I think it's a layered process, and I don't think that you need to get overwhelmed with doing so many layers of it. I shared with you a very sophisticated level of cycles that I went through. But to start with, I think just the beginning is to say, I make a commitment to at least having one source of my data that is helping me answer my question coming directly from my student perspective, their voices. And so that's where I would say is the best beginning. And you could do that through, restorative circles, interviews, focus groups, whatever you feel most comfortable, what you're able to do within the Indonesia context.
Okay, I want to be more specific. The reason why I'm asking you whether you're a teacher there or whether you're university researchers coming to the school and conduct study there, because it relates to the research type or research design. Can you confirm that whether it is an action classroom, action research, or action classroom research precisely, or other types of research design that you're employing?
Yes, so no, this was not specifically an action research context. This particular teacher had some general questions, but we had not designed a study specific to him and his classroom. He was part of the larger school-based research, which was, I was coming in from the university as an outsider and working with the different groups and trying to help them understand. And eventually I removed myself, and the idea was for the teachers then to take over and take more of a role. So, and I'll give you an example of another teacher, not the one that I shared in this particular talk, but another teacher in the same school. He actually had some very specific questions about his own teaching. And so he met with his students separately without me being present and had conversations with them. And he identified some video that he was interested in learning more about and asking his students about. And they met during lunchtime, and it was around his questions. So I think you're right. It's very different whenever these are questions that are specific and you've identified them, and versus if it's questions that are outside of you and that might be, interesting to you, but you're not very invested.
So what would you call your research type or design? Whether this is ethnography or case study or what?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't quite understand your question before. Yes. So my work is critical ethnographic work.
That's what I'm assuming. That's what I'm assuming.
Yes. I'm sorry. I should have clarified that early on. So
Okay,
most of my work that I do is critical ethnography, and so the idea is I spend an extended amount of time in a particular context. And while I'm there, the idea is that my research should be catalytic and transformative, so that there's change that happens from the time I start to when I end and when I leave. There should be significant change. And mostly it should be something that I catalyze, but mostly the stakeholders carry it on, and it's the ripple effect.
Okay, and excuse me, one last silly question. How long did it take your study? Okay.
So I started back, conversations started in like 2013, and the really heavy work was sort of years 2014, 15, 16, and then it's been easier, and I've continued doing work with the school, but in different ways that are much more relaxed. And so I've gone in and worked with an advisory smaller group of students, for example, the last 2 years, to help them to give advice to the principal, the administration team. And so I've been less in the classrooms and more sort of like on the peripheral, on the outside. But I'm still there. I'm still working with the district, and I'll continue to work with them. It just has changed different shapes as things have gotten better. So I'm not as involved.
Thank you very much. That's typical ethnographic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Dr. Almeskai, for your very interesting answers and all the knowledge you have shared during the first session of our invited speaker session. Thank you very much. And also for all participants, thank you very much for all your questions. Actually, we still have more questions, but we are run of time. So we will have 10-minute break. And then after that, we will have the second speaker, Dr. Rachel Ruggiero. So please have a very short break and we will get back again 10 minutes from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Jazakallah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Makassar. Adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri yang ada di Indonesia, terletak di Makassar, Sulawesi Selatan. Memiliki visi yang kuat untuk menjadi pusat pendidikan, pengkajian, pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, dan seni yang berwawasan pendidikan dan kewirausahaan. Untuk mencapai visinya, Universitas Negeri Makassar menyelenggarakan kegiatan Tridharma untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional dalam bidang kependidikan dan non-pendidikan. Memberikan layanan kepada masyarakat untuk peningkatan kualitas hidup masyarakat. Menciptakan iklim dan budaya akademik yang kondusif sesuai dengan prinsip tata kelola yang baik. Mengembangkan Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi riset university yang dapat memenuhi kebutuhan pembangunan bangsa. Mengembangkan jejaring atau kerjasama antara pemerintah, swasta, ataupun instansi dan lembaga pada tingkat nasional dan internasional. Adapun tujuan dari Universitas Negeri Makassar adalah menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional yang dapat diterima sebagai warga masyarakat yang berbudi pekerti yang luhur, terwujudnya universitas mandiri yang bertata kelola yang baik sesuai dengan peraturan perundang-undangan, menghasilkan produk ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta seni yang bernilai kewirausahaan, terwujudnya jejaring atau kerjasama profesional dalam bidang pendidikan, penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan pemerintah pusat atau daerah, BUMN, swasta, institusi dan lembaga lain baik pada tingkat nasional atau internasional untuk kemaslahatan manusia. Meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang syarat dengan atmosfer akademik yang sehat sehingga tumbuh berkembang kemampuan intelektual dan sosial secara terpadu sesama sivitas akademik. Untuk mencapai visi, misi, dan tujuan itu disusun 7 program strategis yang sudah dicanangkan dalam program kerja 2016 sampai 2020. Pengembangan kapasitas dan manajemen organisasi atau lembaga, pengembangan inovasi pembelajaran yang berbasis teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, peningkatan mutu penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, demikian juga publikasi ilmiah, peningkatan sarana dan prasarana, serta penataan lingkungan menuju kampus yang modern, pengembangan karakter mahasiswa dan alumni, peningkatan tata kelola keuangan dan kesejahteraan dosen, perluasan tenaga kependidikan dan mahasiswa, jejaring kemitraan, dan publikasi antar lembaga. Dalam kurun waktu 2 tahun menjalankan ke-7 program yang strategis, Universitas Negeri Makassar sekarang sudah memiliki 9 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana. Fakultasnya adalah Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Sastra, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Seni dan Desain. Universitas Negeri Makassar telah meraih Standar Nasional Indonesia SNI Award kategori Organisasi Perguruan Tinggi Seluruh Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Makassar menduduki peringkat ke-20 sebagai perguruan tinggi non-vokasi terbaik se-Indonesia. Terdapat 31 program studi yang sudah meraih akreditasi A. Program studi yang masih terakreditasi B akan terus diupayakan untuk meraih akreditasi A. Bahkan, ada 4 program studi yang sedang berproses meraih akreditasi internasional. Universitas Negeri Makassar memiliki 104 program studi, baik untuk S1, S2 maupun S3. Jumlah dosen ada 1.185 dengan 191 guru besar dan yang masih aktif sampai sekarang ada 86 orang. Doktor sebanyak 421 orang dan selebihnya adalah berkualifikasi magister. Seluruh dosen di Universitas Negeri Makassar telah mendapatkan gelar magister program Strata 2 sesuai dengan persyaratan Undang-Undang Guru dan Dosen. Dalam sisi kelembagaan, Universitas Negeri Makassar sudah berakreditasi A, yang berarti unggul. Universitas Negeri Makassar meraih predikat pertama nasional dalam kategori perguruan tinggi Satker untuk program realisasi anggaran. Dalam kategori Kementerian Riset dan Teknologi Perguruan Tinggi, dalam aspek kualitas sumber daya manusia, Universitas Negeri Makassar menempati urutan ketiga secara nasional. Ini semua dapat diraih karena Universitas Negeri Makassar memiliki semangat yang tinggi untuk maju dan siap bekerja sama dengan segala pihak, baik internal ataupun eksternal. Dengan demikian, Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi salah satu universitas yang unggul di tanah air dan kemudian di kancah internasional.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the international workshop, Action Research Methodological Approach. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the second session of invited speaker session. We will have Dr. Rachel Ruggiero. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite Dr. Rachel, let me provide a short introduction regarding the topic that will be explained by Dr. Rachel. So the title of her presentation is Action Research for Transformational Change, Engaging in-Service Science Teacher Leaders in Discipline Inquiry to Improve Teaching. So this presentation will share an approach to action research supported by a commitment to research-practice partnership which leverage long-term collaboration between teachers and researchers in order to improve education through engagement with research. One way practitioners can engage in research is through a process of disciplined inquiry. This presentation highlights a specific approach to action research focused on engaging educators in theory-based learning by testing, revising, and fine-tuning instructional practice, process, and relationships. The Plan, Do, Study, Act model is described as an approach to action research that supports the implementation of research-based practice and the development of innovative solutions to solve problems of practice. Each cycle serves as a mini experiment in which observed outcomes are compared to predictions and then intentionally studied to become a source of learning. Educators are encouraged to consider the practice that will work in their classroom and the conditions necessary to make this happen, while also considering how they will know this change were improvement and for whom. And through this presentation, example of science teachers PDSA project will also be shared as a way to support educators in applying this approach in their own context. So ladies and gentlemen, in this session, you may pay attention to the approach that will be shared by Dr. Rachel, and you may compare to the approach that you use in the classroom when you face a problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me invite Dr. Rachel Ruggiero. So Dr. Ruggiero, the screen is yours.
Thank you. I was not able to unmute or see my chat. There we go. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you so much. All right, so thank you for the introduction. I'm happy to be here also with you this morning and my evening. And I am gonna share an example of a specific approach that we use with teachers to think about action research for transformational change. So I, as well as Dr. El Mesky, are at Washington University in St. Louis, and I work for a center called the Institute for School Partnership. And our mission is really around meaningful collaboration with schools and districts to advance equitable quality education. And so we really do have sort of a university school relationship that we work with K-12 teachers and university faculty. And we're looking at how we work collaboratively to create classroom communities for deeper learning and loving growth, and think about critical problem solving to think about the world's challenges and possibilities. So at the Institute, we think about what we do as connecting research and practice, so supporting educators in implementing some of these best practices, but also using practitioner knowledge to support the field. And we support this work through professional learning opportunities as well as curricular programs. And we work with a large number of school districts and schools in the St. Louis region, working with over 3,850 teachers every year in a variety of contexts. And this definition is an important one to frame the work that we do, because we think about all of the work at the Institute as a long-term collaboration focused on educational improvement or equitable transformation. And we think about the importance of doing that through engagement with research, but also honoring the diverse forms of expertise across the university, but also that our teachers bring to the table. And that we co-design and co-construct questions so that it really is about joint work, so that the questions are not ones that we're coming into schools having, but questions that our educators really bring to the table that we help them to think about, and problems that we help them to solve. So this just gives a little bit more information about that. So at the Institute for School Partnership, we have a particular partnership approach, and it is centered on joyful and rigorous learning for students, career awareness, and really, again, this idea that we're thinking about the experience and the context and the power that the educators have, and we're bringing some expertise, some research frameworks, an equity lens to support them in really creating that experience for students, with the goal of not only just to understand things better, but more importantly, to support students better. So our ultimate goals are really to have that impact. So I think in a similar way to Dr. Almeski, overall, when we work with educators, our overall goal is that things are better when we are finished, right? So we are making things better through the work together. And so in education, there are a number of ways in which educators might engage in disciplined inquiry. And this particular slide shows a few examples that you may be familiar with. So in lesson study, teachers are focused on planning a lesson together, teaching it, watching either a video or watching it in practice, debriefing the lesson, and then revising it. In action research, there is a research question that happens. There is a plan. There's an act phase where you implement that plan and then analyze data. And that cycle might take some significant amount of time. And then what I'm going to introduce today is something called the plan, do, study, act cycle. And this is slightly different in that it is a little bit more rapid, so meant to be pretty small tests of change that start quickly so that you can collect data within a week or 2 weeks to begin to really see the impact of these ideas that you have and to answer your questions more quickly over time. And so in this model for improvement, it is theory-based learning in that you are drawing from your own knowledge as a practitioner, but also from the literature. And this approach comes out of improvement science research, which is adapted from healthcare to education. And it's really focused on designing and testing innovations, focused on slowly and deliberately bringing these improvements to scale. So testing them in one context with a few students, collaborating with colleagues to see how they work in other spaces, before then thinking about this really works and we want to share it with our entire school or our entire region. And as teachers engage in making these theories, assumptions, and hypotheses explicit, they might reveal gaps in their understanding. They'll document learning, and each cycle is really sort of a mini experiment. So as science teachers, you are used to teaching your students about science experiments and making a hypothesis and a prediction and coming up with data. And the PDSA cycle is really taking that scientific approach to your own teaching as you think about things you're trying in your classroom, making a hypothesis about what might happen, testing it in practice, and then being able to look at that data to see how it occurred and then making adjustments to that. And so you can test your theory of improvement in practice, and you can accelerate learning by doing, and by doing it quickly so that you're making these changes more rapidly. And so this model for improvement is slightly different than action research in a few key, maybe the traditional form of action research in a few key ways. It's a prediction-based test of change. So we encourage teachers to really think about, if I do this thing in my classroom, what do I think is going to happen? So if I wanted to improve conceptual understanding of science, and I think that having more conversation in my classroom will do that, really getting at the theory, what's in that black box, what about discourse might lead to better conceptual understanding, and how do I measure that I'm getting to that space? The improvement aim is going to discipline the focus of inquiry. So you come up with your research question based on what you're trying to improve or the change you're trying to make. And you pair your data collection with both process and outcome data. So if your ultimate outcome is conceptual understanding, but the process of getting there is student talk, you might be collecting data about student talk, as well as as conceptual understanding, to think about both the process by which students are engaging in material as well as the outcome. And it's a flexible methodology in that you can apply it to varied practices, and you can use it at different sizes and scales. And the result is really about common evidence-based practices that can be shared that are specific to your context, and a theory of improvement that can be used to build the field. So these rapid tests of change help to develop, revise, and fine-tune new tools, processes, work roles, and relationships. And they're very much user-centered and problem-centered. So again, as Dr. Almeski mentioned, she was really thinking about thinking about students as your users, and thinking about what do they need? How do I think about these changes in that way? And how do I get efficient and useful feedback, and collectively make sense of things with my students, for example, or with my peers or colleagues. And so in the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle, you go through a process of thinking about overall, what do you want to see happen? And then from there, you might scan the literature in that space. You might think about your own experiences with your students and think about a change that you're going to make. Coming up with a prediction, and that stage really helps you to make your theories, assumptions, and hypotheses explicit, and then coming up with a specific plan to conduct the test. Will you do it with all of your students? Will you collect data from all of them? When you execute this test and you get to the do phase, how long will you do it for? Will you do it in every class? Will you do it in one class but not another? So really being thoughtful about what that plan looks like. And then in the do phase, you execute your plan. You collect data and you document the observations. And then the study phase is very important, because this is where, as teachers, we're pretty familiar with trying something out, doing it, and then maybe acting. But the study phase is where you slow down and really do the analysis. How do I compare my results to the prediction? How do I analyze the data that I've collected? What did I learn by doing this? What gaps in my understanding do I have that I now need to learn more about before I make decisions about what to do next? And so in the plan phase, it's really about articulating a clear hypothesis. The do and designing the experiment occurs in the do phase. You document your learning, carry it out, record your surprises, compare predictions to what happened. And you revise your initial hypothesis. So you come up with a new learning and you refine your theory and you come up with next steps. So you're really doing the research and practice together in this process. And the idea of this is that it can be a way to implement a change on a small scale, but lead to educational transformation by thinking about a small scale test. So you think about what you're trying to accomplish, a change you can make that might result in an improvement, and then how you're going to know it's an improvement, starting with hunches, theories, research, and ideas. You have a small scale test. If it works well, you maybe adapt it until it does. You do some follow-up tests, maybe in another context, another building, with a colleague tries it as well. Then you might try the same thing at a school level and collect similar data points to see if you're getting the same results before you decide that this is something worth implementing and or sharing more broadly as a research-based practice that will support the conceptual change you're looking for. And so as you think about and making an improvement focus, this is an excerpt from a text called Ambitious Science Teaching, and thinking about teams of teachers trying to figure out where they might start. And one place you can start is thinking about practices and tools that are shared, and which of these you can improve on and can be a focal point to do what we think about as instructional experimentation. So you can define a practice to work on, and you can sort of unpack that practice. What does that really look like? How have I been doing it? How has your colleague been doing it? And then select the focus to do that and think about it as a set of discrete practices. So the example here is if you wanted to work on a practice around pressing students for evidence-based explanations, you might also select a specific aspect of that practice that can be worked on more directly. So part of the focus of thinking about Plan, Do, Study, Act is that you can get very discrete. You can think about a very small micro part of that practice to try out and to work on before you broaden to these other components as you scale the test. And so you can think about these sub-practices within evidence-based explanations that you could choose to start with, such as structuring partner talk for how and why reasoning, using peer feedback to deepen written explanations, or revising lists of student-generated hypotheses with evidence. So really thinking about this as this is an example of a very instructional practice-focused improvement focus that could be used to improve teaching and to study how this really works for your students in that context. And again, it's important to think about this because though research may exist on best practices, it is often not context specific, and it may be presented as working in aggregate, but may not work for everyone. And so this is an opportunity as teachers to think about what works best in your classroom, under what conditions, for whom. So really thinking about which students is this working for and which students may be being left behind. And how are you going to really know that it's working? So that's where the data collection piece comes in. There are a number of ways to plan and document the learning. There are formats and different templates that can help to support the documentation, which is a key part of this process in terms of making your own thinking as a teacher explicit. So thinking about what is your idea that you're testing? What are you trying to learn? Are you trying to make something work better? Are you trying to learn how a new innovation works? Are you trying to test something in a new context? What are you actually trying to figure out? And so these are opportunities to think about your plan for improvement, to document that learning. So I'm going to give an example and share several examples of teacher plan, do, study, action research projects that they've engaged in to give you an opportunity to see how teachers have used this process to study their own classrooms and to make changes to lead to improved teaching and learning for students. So we're going to review an example of a PD essay from a team of third grade science teachers, reflect on how they use the components of the process. We'll review the plan first to really think about how these teachers thought about their hypothesis, what they're trying to do, what plan they came up with in terms of the change idea and the data they want to collect, and then see the outcomes of this first phase of the study. So this example is set up to look at a few questions that we can think about within this plan. So the goal of the test for the teachers is to see more detailed writing samples from students that show deep learning is occurring. So this third grade classroom, these third grade teachers decided that a lot of the writing their students were providing was very surface level, not very strong. And so they really wanted to focus on writing in science. And so they then had to come up with a plan. What do they plan to change to cause an improvement and be detailed? So they decided that they would change some of the student journal pages or the handouts that they gave to students to include sentence stems, word banks, and a criteria for success. So that's their initial plan in terms of what they wanted to do. And then they made a prediction. So this is where they're articulating their hypothesis. Why do they think that including sentence stems, word banks, and criteria for success will be helpful? What do they think is going to happen? And so they made some leading predictions that if they did this, students would write more complete answers with specific vocabulary, and that students who do not normally write much will write more, and that student journal writing would reflect what they're able to say verbally. So they were also noticing that students were able to speak and give answers, but maybe not so much write these answers down. And they thought that overall, the reason why they were interested in this is, again, that they hoped that they would see these outcomes show up on student assessments. So end of unit assessments, as well as some of the final assessments for the state. And so Since their predictions were really about the kinds of things students would be writing, that helped to guide the types of data they needed to collect. So in this case, they decided to collect student journal samples. And as you know, and was mentioned many times, you have 30 plus students in a classroom, and collecting and analyzing student journal pages from all 30 students may be overwhelming or take too long to get data quickly enough. And so these teachers decided to follow 3 students. And again, thinking about a student that performs very well typically, and a student who performs average typically, and a student who performs not that well typically, and to look at their journal pages before the change was implemented and then after. And they decided that they would collect this data daily and reflect weekly. And they, the teacher, decided they would be the ones to collect the data. So this question is there because sometimes as a teacher, you might ask students to help collect data. They may record how many times they're talking. They may self-assess. You may also ask an administrator to be tracking something specific for you. And so this is what they were doing. So as you think about your plan or this teacher's plan, you think about, did they have a good prediction? Were they collecting the right kind of data? Was the scale of the test appropriate? And was this a good opportunity to learn about the change? And this was their very first attempt. And so keeping it relatively small seems appropriate until they figured out whether this was going to lead to what they wanted before they kind of included this on every journal page or spread it to every grade level in their school building. And so after they carried this out, this next page then shows what happened next. And so in the do phase, you can see a screenshot here of the journal pages that were collected for the 2 students before the change, and then for 2 students after the change. And they provided a sentence framework for their responses. And so in this case, they're recording, it looks like, did they carry out the plan and record notes? It looks like they collected 2 students instead of 3, but didn't really share any additional information about sort of how the plan went as implemented. So that reflection phase could be a helpful additional piece to keep here. And then they looked at the data to think about what it told them. So their response was, it sort of worked. They did what they planned, but it was only making the sentence structure of the response better. It wasn't improving the depth. So they noticed by the criteria that they put together was primarily about grammar and the way to write and writing in full sentences, but that the content and depth of their writing did not improve. And so this is, again, an example of why you might want to study this over a week rather than a year, because they found out that this idea worked a little, but not right yet. And they wanted to be able to make adaptations before implementing it more broadly. And so they decided that next time they would go beyond grammar for the framework and give them criteria that would include a content level relationship, but that they might keep providing sentence frameworks because it did help the student sort of have a better response and get them to write maybe a little bit more than they had in the past. And so as you think about this example, these are just a few reflection questions for a pause mid presentation to think about before I share a few more examples. What did you notice about this example, PDSA? Did you think about strengths? Do you have questions? Do you have areas of improvement? Do you see ways of applying this process in your action research? So I'm going to pause just to give you a time to reflect on those quietly, but if you also want to share ideas in the chat or out loud, feel free. So we'll just take a couple minutes to reflect.
Oke, jadi Bapak Ibu, sekarang kita ada pada sesi refleksi. Setelah mendengar penjelasan dari Dr. Rachel, mungkin Bapak Ibu bisa merefleksi lagi kira-kira dari apa yang sudah contoh yang sudah dijelaskan tadi, apa pendapat Bapak dan Ibu tentang PDSA dari guru kelas 3 sains tadi yang ditampilkan oleh Dr. Rachel. Apa kelebihannya dan apakah Bapak Ibu masih punya pertanyaan atau mungkin punya saran-saran untuk improvement? Boleh di-share.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, tadi sudah dijelaskan tentang the plan, do, study, and act cycle PDSA. Sepertinya mirip dengan penelitian tindakan kelas ya, kalau saya tidak salah, dengan riset classroom mungkin di kita di Indonesia. Mungkin mirip seperti itu kurang lebih. Iya. Tadi mungkin yang saya kurang pahami itu terkait dengan contoh yang diberikan, mungkin kecil tulisannya jadi kurang jelas. Tapi yang mungkin yang saya mau tanyakan terkait berapa kali siklus yang dilakukan dalam penelitian ini sampai bisa diperoleh hasil yang meningkat, yang bisa meningkatkan, yang bisa memuaskan. Karena tadi di awal disampaikan ini memang terkait dengan peningkatan, ya mungkin kalau kita istilahnya di sini mungkin peningkatan hasil belajar barangkali ya, kurang lebih seperti itu. Ya, saya mohon maaf kalau mungkin kurang tepat. Ya, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jadi saya translate ini, Pak. Yeah. All right, Dr. Rachel. So we have a question from the teachers joining our workshop here. The first is she wanted to know how many cycle of this PDA cycle that we usually do so that we can get the result that we want. And she also asked how this PDA cycle differ with action research, because it's quite similar if we see the cycle, but how this different. And also regarding the example, she is still curious about the example that you show. Actually, if you can show more about it, it would be very nice. Thank you, Dr. Rachel.
All right, thank you. So this example is one cycle, and so oftentimes until you begin to get the improvements you're looking for, you would repeat the cycle. And when you are feeling like what you have is working well, you might then ask a colleague or another teacher in a different building or grade level to try it as well several times to get some repeated data to see that those outcomes are happening. And in this example, this is only one cycle being shown of what this teacher team started with as they began to explore this question and this getting students to improve their writing. So this was in August, which is the beginning of the school year. So this might be something that they would work on for a whole year. And the other question about how this is different than action research, I think it is a model that can be used in action research, but it has specific attention to this idea of doing it rapidly, the idea of rapid cycles and rapid tests of change to get data within 1 to 2 weeks and quickly get that data back, to think about making adaptations and changes is a key part of the PDSA process. That is not necessary. An action research project could be a question you study for a whole entire year and you don't change the focus of your question or the intervention you might be testing, where this might be something you are doing more rapidly and collecting data across many more cycles over time. And I will also share, I know that she also asked in terms of some other or more examples of this one, but also I can share a few other examples to give ideas of the ways that teachers have used this process. And so when you think about the action research process and how this PDSA cycle should be used, it is not that you want to test everything. And to the question about when you know that you're done, you don't need to, you can stop tweaking when you know it's time to move on, when you know it is ready to go. And the idea is that you are also using the PDSA cycle to share with colleagues. So what I'm doing might inform other colleagues at another site or in another classroom. So in the model for this project, if you're working with a teacher team, you might be able to learn from one another. And so there can be this common focus in the PDSA process so that this learning can travel from site to site and that the PDSA process will build on each other. And that you would always pair it with data and collectively making sense of peers is a key part of this process again. So coming back after you've run a cycle, sitting with your peers and colleagues to make sense of that data is also a part of the PDSA process that's very important. One thing that you may have noticed in the example, and this is a teaching brief, to think about how when you're looking at the data you collect, and we think about that, again, a scientific approach to teaching, one of the things we talk about with science teachers is using the cross-cutting concepts, so cause and effect, patterns, to think about how they approach science. And you can also think about asking questions about your teaching in this same way. And so this resource is here, and I'm happy to share these slides with all of these resources, but you can think about using questions to interpret data and reflect on your operating assumptions that think about patterns, cause and effect, stability, and change to help you really think about what questions you have about teaching, how you think about the data that you collect. And when you think about the work we do with teachers around PDSAs, the first time that a teacher does this, so the example I showed you of the third grade science teacher, step one is personally meaningful learning. So step one is really to say, I want to answer a question that I am interested in. I care about the data. It's going to be meaningful to me. And then as you continue to implement the cycles, you develop expertise. You begin to make predictions, your change ideas get better and more aligned with the research and practice. You're better able to spend time and have expertise in doing the analysis. And you can do tests that build on each other and have that efficiency of testing. And so I'm gonna close with a couple more examples to share, which are a couple more cases of action research examples of the PDSA cycle. And so in this case, the teacher wanted to know how to improve student success in hands-on investigations. And one of the problems she was having was felt very chaotic in class. There was always many materials left all over the floor and the classroom was very messy. And so one thing she wanted to start with that was a small part of student success was just being able to respectfully and collaboratively begin to engage with materials. And so you can see multiple cycles listed for her plan. So she carried out 1, 2, 3, 4 cycles of this test to think about what actually would help. And in this case, she said, you know, she had an idea about assigning a materials manager, about discussing norms, about using points for students who had put those away. And her data in this case really was how many materials were wasted. And she took photographs of what was left on the floor at the end of the class period. So you can tell that she started with one thing, and this was data collected within one period. She tried something else in her 4th period, and then again in her 6th period. And by the end, she was able to get a very small amount of materials very quickly so that she could say, now that I have the materials part really working, how do I move to the next part of what it means to have student success? And these are just some of her reflections on the process and thinking about how the test informed her about how students respond to different structures, and how she thinks about addressing these issues. And so that reflection piece, again, is a key part of PDSA, and being able to reflect with peers and talk about how this worked. And so these reflections came with her colleagues about what she has learned from the process, from the test itself, and doing this, but as well. And so there are a couple of other cases within these slides that I would be happy to share, but I'm going to just briefly show them and then wrap up. But this one was around looking at helpful and respectful feedback. And in this case, the data that the teacher collected was sticky notes in order to understand the types of feedback. And so counting how many sticky notes were helpful and how many sticky notes were not. You can't see my screen. Is that true? Oh, I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry. Nobody told me. No. Okay. Thank you for sharing that you couldn't see my screen. I'm so sorry. So in this case, they studied sticky notes, and they were collecting positive feedback versus negative as their data source. And then this is another case that's a bit longer, but it's just going to show you how over time you can build and track different cycles and support collection of different types of data. So in this case, they were collecting a Google survey about how often students were collaborating, how they felt about working with others, when they felt comfortable talking about their ideas, and who was doing the talking. And so there are ways of thinking about documenting that learning, looking at the race and gender of those students and who your work is working for and who it may not be. And if you do cycle 1 versus cycle 2, how the outcomes are changing over time. And the idea is really, again, that if something's working in one context, you might be able to try it in a second context, continue to collect data until that you see that this might be a district-wide project that you might want to share more broadly. And so these are reflections from teachers about what they might do next, and thinking about how these tools can be useful. So with that, this is the summary and of the model and the approach, and I am going to wrap up here.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Rachel, for your explanation. So PDSA cycle is an approach that we can use in action research, and it is a more rapid approach to get data more quickly. And of course, we can do the cycle until we find enough data that answer the question that we want to answer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the next sessions. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Rachel, for the sharing of this PDA cycle that we can use in action research. Actually, we still have more questions for Dr. Rachel, but we are running out of time and we need to move to the next session, which will be delivered by Dr. Faisal. Before we invite Dr. Faisal, let me give a brief review regarding his topic. So he will present about using mixed method research to explore teachers' teaching practice on socio-scientific issues. In Indonesia, scientific literacy has been a major goal of school science curriculum. And to achieve this goal, however, teachers need appropriate teaching resources. Previous studies in science education have documented that instruction based on Socioscientific issues is a pedagogical approach that has potential to improve students' scientific literacy competencies. And in this session, Dr. Faisal will share more about how we can use mixed method research to explore teaching practice on socio-scientific issues. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me hand over the session to Dr. Faisal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say thank you for all of the participants attending our workshop today, and special for Dr. Elmiskai and Dr. Rezal, because we know in the US we have a 12 hours difference and it's very late night there. And in this session, I will present one of my research with Professor Sanya Martin from Seoul National University. So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Faisal from Biology Department, Jurusan Biologi, State University of Makassar, Universitas Negeri Makassar. I complete my PhD in the Seoul National University last year, and this is one of my dissertation research. It's a nice pleasure to share with all of you today. So why we decided to select the topic of SSI? We think SSI is an interesting and important topic, particularly for Indonesian context. Interesting because we know many societal issues arise around us in Indonesia, both in the local or in the national context. For example, issue about plastic trash, plastic pollution, forest fire, and mining, and also another societal problem. We think also this issue is important because we identify in the several studies on science education that using SSI as a context for teaching and learning science can support the promotion of scientific literacy in schools, and this is the main component of our national curriculum. Mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah sering dengar ya about about scientific literacy, and this is one of the teaching approach that can be alternative bagi Bapak Ibu untuk mendorong to promote literacy science in schools. I'm sorry if I combine English and Indonesia. I know two speakers before speak English very well, very nice. So yeah, I hope you can understand my English. So I try to combine Indonesian and English. Ya, yang mana? Yang mana ya? Ini? And okay, for Indonesian context, however, our analysis shows that in the curriculum and also in the textbook, we find very limited information about the term of SSI, and also we analyze research trend in teacher education institution, and we found very limited science research on SSI teaching. We only found 4 studies from 2014 to 2018. So in our research, we focus to introduce teachers the theoretical framework and also opportunity to practice SSI-based instruction. There are several models that have been developed by the expert. One of the model is by Presley. The model consists of the core aspect, design element, teacher attributes, learner experience, and in the outer circle, there are classroom environment, and in the outer circle is a peripheral influence, for example, curriculum. In our study, we decided to use a mixed method research. Simply defined as a mixed method is the research that integrate quantitative and qualitative approach in a single project. For example, Bapak Ibu audience maybe usually found paper, mungkin sudah sering ketemu paper that combine structure interviewing with the structure observation. Jadi ada banyak, there are several methods, ada banyak metode, strategi that we can adapt, yang bisa kita adaptasi dalam menerapkan mixed method research. Salah satunya apa yang kami, one of the approach that what we did in our study. And mixed method, in the mixed method, the qualitative and qualitative data deriving from the mixed method should be mutually illuminating or should be corroborating each other. And there are 2 criteria. So this is a short description before we move to research that we adapt mixed method research. So there are 2 criteria to classify a mixed method. The priority and the sequence. So in the slide you can see there are capital letters and lowercase indicating the priority of the method that we use in our study. Whether we will emphasize on the quantitative and add some qualitative data, or we focus on qualitative approach and then add some quantitative data. Also the arrow indicating the sequence of the research. For example, we did first the quantitative data collection, follow the qualitative methods. Next, why we decided to use a mixed method research. Mixed method research provide us a comprehensive guidance and procedures to collect and to help answer our research questions. This is an example, ini hanya satu contoh Bapak Ibu, an example of the important step in a mixed method research by Jensen and Christensen. There are 8 steps. Tentu, as we know, research umumnya start with the research questions, and this cycle is not linear. Mungkin Bapak Ibu, you may find a different order of the research procedures. So this is only one of the procedures that we use to explain our study. The first step is determine whether a mixed design is appropriate. As our research objective is to explore teacher teaching experience in planning and implementing SSI-based instructional activity in science method course. We consider that this research objective can be achieved by the exploratory study or penelitian eksplorasi. From this research objective, we draw 2 research questions. Ada 2 pertanyaan penelitian kami. Yang pertama, what aspect of the SSI-based instruction, yang aspek apa dari pembelajaran SSI that pre and in-service biology teachers perform, yang mereka tunjukkan pada saat praktis SSI teaching. For these research questions, we collect quantitative and qualitative data. And the second research question is, what do pre-service and in-service biology teachers notice? Apa yang mereka notice ketika when planning, ketika mereka membuat perencanaan and reflecting on their SSI lesson. So this is two research questions that we want to address in our study. In the next step, the rationale of the using mixed method. First, we consider two aspects, the advantages for using mixed method. The first one is data triangulation. So mixed method allow us to corroborate result from the different method in order to increase the credibility of research finding. I will explain later some methods that we use, and also maybe the two speakers before already explained some methodological aspect of the action research. For example, ethnography and also document analysis or video analysis. The second reason is a complementary. We can clarify the result from one method with result from another. In our study, we use data source, video recording as a data source. Jadi kami merekam aktivitas guru pada saat when they practicing SSI, and also we record the post teaching reflection. Jadi setelah praktek guru ada sesi reflection, so we also record that activity. The data source, the second data source is documentation. We collect, kami kumpulkan semua, we collect all of the teaching materials, lesson plan atau RPP, presentation, and also reading material the teacher create during the course or during our study. Then the next step is select or construct the mixed research design and mixed sampling. In the first slide, we already explained about the criteria. In our study, we decided to put the equal weight between quantitative and qualitative method. For the quantitative method, we use a standardized course for 6 lesson, SSI lesson. And for the qualitative, we collect data about the contextual classroom situation from the video recording. And the sequence, we collect the quantitative and qualitative data concurrently during the research, the lesson implementation, and post-teaching reflection. We record it at the same point in time. The next step is collecting data. So in our study, the SSI teaching practice consists of 3 steps. Teacher planning, guru membuat perencanaan, kemudian mereka implementasikan, lesson implementation, dan the third or the last step is post-teaching reflection. Jadi soon after the lesson implementation, we share each other about what the teacher practice during the lesson implementation. In the step 1, planning, we collect lesson plan, presentation, and reading material as a documentation, as a data documentation. And in the step 2 and step 3, 6 video recordings of each for further analysis. We also collect for analysis. Kami juga kumpulkan rekaman videonya untuk analisis. Participants dari studi ini, there are 45, ada 45 guru biologi, and 6 of them, jadi 6 diantaranya itu taking a role. Mereka menjadi guru model to implement their lesson plan. For analyzing data, untuk analisis data, we use the SSIOP socio-scientific issue observation protocol yang dikembangkan oleh Topku sebagai kerangka analisis kami. So, jadi Bapak Ibu, it will be helpful, itu akan sangat membantu our analysis proses analisis kita if we already have the analytical framework. Alternatifnya kalau kita tidak punya, we may have kita mungkin sedikit tertantang untuk menganalisis secara kualitatif, khususnya qualitatively. For example, we need to make a coding, from the codes we make a category and other. But if we already have analytical framework, it's gonna be easier for us to decide it what aspect of the activity that we want to when we want to further analyze. The SSIOP we use for examine 6 of us SSI lesson implementation. Jadi SSIOP ini we focus using SSI ini untuk lesson implementation-nya. And the purpose of the analysis, tujuan kami adalah to describe and to characterize the SSI based instruction aspect. Jadi aspek dari pembelajaran berbasis SSI that teacher perform, yang guru tampilkan pada saat lesson implementation. Sebagai contoh, for example, what topic the teacher select, topik yang guru pilih, the biology content biologinya, strategi instructionalnya, and also how teacher interact with the students during the in the classroom. The SSIOP consists of 22 items and divided into 5 dimensions. The first is focus of SSI based instruction, teaching move, role of teachers, role of students, and classroom environment. Each dimension consists of a different items. For example, focus of instruction consists of 6 items. And for quantitative analysis, we follow the analysis procedures. Jadi kami ikuti prosedur analisis yang sudah dijelaskan pada SSIOP. The scoring method using 3-point scales 0, 1, and 2. Jadi score 0 score indicating that item yang ada di operasional tadi di instrumen tadi itu was not observed. Jadi kami tidak melihat atau tidak teramati pada saat menganalisis video. And point 1 indicated that the item observed is once, and 2 indicated that we observe 2 or more times item in the observation protocol. For the calculation method, we use standardized scores because each dimension consists of different number of items, and standardized score allow us to compare score between dimension. So to calculate the standardized scores, we sum the total dimension score and we divide it by each dimension maximum possible score. For example, dimension 1, focus of instruction, consists of 6 items, and the maximum score is 12. So the total dimension, so for focus of instruction scores, we divided the total dimension with the maximum score of 12. And for qualitative analysis, jadi untuk analisis kualitatif yang kami gunakan, kami analisis lesson implementation videonya. Pertama, the first step, analisis video ini membantu kami to provide example, contoh dari contextual classroom situation untuk setiap item yang for each observed item pada SSIOP. Pertama, we identify, jadi we watch several times, jadi kami lihat dulu videonya beberapa kali sebelum melakukan analisis to understand the overall content of the video, and kami identify segmen-segmen dari video tersebut yang merepresentasikan, that representing classroom activity, dan kemudian dari segmen tadi we make a transcript, kami buat transkrip audio recordingnya. Kami gunakan juga field notes dari classroom observation untuk membantu kami to analyze the video, to help us analyzing the video, and also from the analysis we determine, kami tentukan yang mana yang most representative, yang paling mewakili aktivitas kelas untuk setiap item tadi, dan kami membuat deskripsinya, and we made description untuk setiap item tersebut. Untuk post teaching reflection, untuk analisis post teaching reflectionnya, tujuannya sebenarnya untuk to understand teacher's view, pendapatnya guru atau perspektifnya guru, and interpretasinya guru, and interpretation tentang komponen-komponen yang ada pada pembelajaran berbasis SSI, sebagaimana mereka sudah terlibat pada saat lesson implementation. Kami transkrip conversation-nya, jadi kami buat transkrip percakapannya selama tahap refleksi, kemudian kami analisis menggunakan inductive coding approach. Nah, untuk tahap berikutnya, to ensure that our data is valid, validasi and reliability of our data. Untuk lesson implementation video, I and another science education researchers, jadi pertama because there are 6 video recordings, jadi ada 6 video, dan ada 2 researcher yang menganalisis. Jadi first video we watch together, jadi kami nonton satu video bersama dulu, to develop, untuk membangun pemahaman bersama, ya, to develop shared understanding. Bagaimana kami mengidentifikasi, how we identify the items in the video, dan bagaimana membuat catatan, how to annotate, bagaimana membuat catatan mengenai aktivitas guru dan siswa, and also interaction antara mereka, seperti yang tampil di video. So we didn't make a transcription of participants talk, jadi kami tidak membuat transkripsi dari percakapan siswa guru, but we make a description, annotated description about activity and interaction. Di tahap kedua, we observe and analysis the remaining 5 video. Jadi 5 video sisanya kami analisis terpisah, kemudian kami ketemu lagi untuk membandingkan hasil analisis kami. We compare our analysis dari 22 item tadi dengan inter consistency is about 82%. Kalau kami ketemu ada yang beda, kami diskusi kenapa bisa skornya berbeda, dan kita bisa tentukan yang mana yang most representative. Untuk post teaching reflection video, pertama kami buat transkripnya, kemudian kami baca several times, we read several times untuk mengidentifikasi. Jadi fokusnya kami untuk post teaching reflection, we identify some challenge, tantangan yang mungkin guru temui during the lesson implementation, dan bagaimana guru, how teacher translate pemahaman teoritisnya mereka, their theoretical understanding of SSI-based instruction ke dalam lesson plan, ke dalam RPP dan actual teaching. Kemudian dari tahap pertama itu kami ada kode-kode yang kami buat dari transkrip, from the transcription, and we reread, kami baca kembali transkrip to ensure a consistent coding process. And then we combine some codes into one representative theme, and dari tema-tema yang muncul, kategori yang muncul from the emerging theme, dari analisis kami, we sort, kami pilih based on the SSI OP dimension. Jadi kami pilih yang relevan dengan dimensi yang ada pada observation protocol. Nah, untuk interpreting data and finding, we have three different sources of data, documentation and video recording. We integrate and comparing data from these different sources, and then we identify convergency or inconsistency or contradiction from the different source of data, and then this is an example of the outline. Jadi dari 6 SSI teaching, there are various class duration, biology topic, and SSI topic. This is an example of inconsistency that we found in our analysis. For example, in the lesson plan, teacher prepare 19 minutes for one class. However, in the actual teaching, we found a various class duration. The shortest is 41 minutes and the longest time is more than 100 minutes. So this is an example about inconsistency that we found from the different source of data. This is the standardized scores from six of the SSI lesson. As you can see, there are different standardized scores between lesson implementation and also between dimension of the SSIOP. Jadi ada perbedaan skor terstandarisasi antara 6 guru yang praktek ngajar tadi dan juga antara kategori of observation protocol. Nah, quantitative analysis, so analysis quantitative support or help us to compare. Jadi kami bisa membandingkan, we can compare the lowest and the highest scores between 6 teaching practice. For example, in our analysis, we found that teaching practice 3 is has a lowest score, and the teaching practice 5 has the highest score. And comparing the dimension, we found that teaching move has the lowest, indicating that teacher may find difficulties in their teaching practice. And for the dimension classroom environment is the highest scores, indicating that classroom environment occur in collaborative and interactive way. Ini satu contoh. This is satu contoh of the bagaimana how we combine quantitative data and qualitative data, how we present these two different data. Pertama, we provide quantitative finding, for example, untuk focus of instruction kategori. Ada 6 item tadi di awal, there are 6 items. In this example, we only provide items number 1, teacher promote conceptual scientific understanding. Guru mendorong pemahaman konseptual. Dan item number 5, teacher focus on social dimension of the issue. Guru fokus pada dimensi sosial dari isu yang diajarkan. These two item has a different total score, 7 and 10. So what the meaning? This course indicating that teacher more focusing the lesson. Jadi guru lebih fokus pada teaching the societal aspect of the issue and engaging student in high order thinking practice rather than daripada mengajarkan teaching science concept. Dari temuan ini kami coba melihat analisis kualitatif kami. We try to look at our qualitative data to support this finding or to describe, to find the classroom situation, describe this quantitative data. Ini satu contoh dari classroom activity, khususnya especially for item number 5. So in the classroom discussion session, teachers ask each group of students to offer a solution for patient with HIV/AIDS based on their own by rule considering personal and societal implication. Ini dari teaching practice 4. And this is example of the data from the lesson plan. Jadi di lesson plan, in the lesson plan, kebanyakan most of the instructional objective yang dibuat oleh guru emphasize on the domain of understanding. Jadi lebih menekankan pada domain pemahaman konsep dan prosedur. For example, ini satu contoh tujuan pembelajaran yang dibuat oleh guru. Through discussion, students will be able to identify the effect of chlorofluorocarbon or CFC to the atmosphere. So ini satu contoh lagi inkonsistensi antara what the teacher implement in the classroom and what they state or write in the lesson plan. Data dari post-teaching reflection, data from the post-teaching reflection also give us understanding about this inconsistency. It seems that teachers plan multiple lessons on targeted biology topic of the curriculum, and they design their lessons specifically to discuss the social implication. Jadi guru itu lebih fokus pada social implication-nya pada saat praktek mengajar rather than teach the science content. Ini transkrip dari percakapan pada saat reflection. We talk, kami pikir kami harus fokus pada social aspect. We should focus on the social aspect of the issue. Jadi so we design this meeting, jadi kami desain lesson ini to teach the issue and their effect on the atmosphere. Ini salah satu komentar guru pada saat refleksi. What our interpretation that in this study the teacher focus their lesson on discussing the societal aspect of the issue and promoting high order thinking practice rather than teaching the science contents. So it seems that maybe or it is difficult for teachers to focus on both social dimension and science content of the issue in a single SSI lesson. Although the lesson, meskipun lesson tend to focus on the societal aspect of the issue and high order thinking practice, most of instructional objective in the teacher lesson plan emphasize the domain of understanding, both concept and procedures. This finding indicate that teachers are less familiar with the instructional objective that reflect the societal aspect of science learning and high order thinking activity. The last step atau step yang ke-8, step terakhir, write the research reports. Jadi Bapak Ibu in any case mixed research method itu punya contain same features yang sama dengan monomethod reports. Contain same features as do most monomethod reports including termasuk review literature, methods, result and discussion. In our study in the report, jadi di laporan itu we also need to explain the context of our study. Jadi konteks is important for reader or for another researchers to understand the relation between quantitative and qualitative data based on our study context. Nah, penelitian kami itu konteksnya pada SSA teaching practice dengan menggunakan employee phase, planning, lesson implementation, and post-teaching reflection. And also di penelitiannya kami, di paper kami, in our study, we present the two set of finding, quantitative and qualitative, and also the interpretation dengan mengintegrasikan by fully integrating kedua data tersebut dalam in the same section. Baik, I think that's of all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Faisal, for explaining regarding the socio-scientific issues in the classroom. Now we are at the discussion session. Maybe some of the participants have questions. Okay, please.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan kepada saya. Adapun yang ingin saya tanyakan, di sini kan tadi sudah dibahas tentang penelitian pendekatan sains tentang pengajaran SSI. Yang ingin saya tanyakan, pada penelitian metode campuran di SSI ini, apakah hanya menggunakan penelitian kualitatif dan kuantitatif? Apakah ada metode lain yang bisa dicampur pada pendekatan SSI ini, Pak? Kemudian yang kedua, apa kelebihan dan kekurangannya dibanding dengan metode yang lain? Dan kenapa harus menggunakan metode campuran? Mungkin cukup sekian, Pak. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Dipersilahkan kepada Pak Faisal untuk memberikan penjelasan terkait pertanyaan tersebut.
Thank you. Is pertanyaan yang bagus. The first question is there any different methods? Apakah ada metode? Oke. Oke. Jadi in general, jadi secara umum, or maybe Profesor Sanya Martin, we have a questions from the audience. Is there any another methods and except the quantitative or qualitative that we can use in the study? Mungkin bisa di unmute Prof. Martin, Sanya Martin. Sanya Martin. Sudah. Yeah.
I can unmute now. Is it
It's already.
Okay, we can hear you.
Yes, hi, thank you. So the question is, are there other methods besides qualitative or quantitative?
Yes. The audience wonder, is there another method, quantitative and qualitative? That itu. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, previously people tended to use either one or the other, but now it is more common to mix the two. So the idea of mixed methods, where we can draw from different sources of data, which is what your study has done, and allows us to capture different understandings about our research questions. So I don't think there are others, but there are combinations of different quantitative and qualitative measures that we can use depending on our research questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Jadi mungkin Bapak Ibu sering temukan penelitian yang fokus pada kuantitatif saja, misalnya menggunakan analisis statistik inferensial yang kompleks, atau mungkin fokus di kualitatif. Tapi sekarang ada tren yang combine kuantitatif and kualitatif, ya, termasuk yang kami gunakan, saya dan Profesornya Martin di penelitiannya kami. Jadi we combine quantitative data and qualitative data. It depends, jadi tergantung dari research questions-nya. It depends on your research questions. So what we want to investigate, apa yang kita mau jawab dari pertanyaan penelitiannya kita. And itu it will be determined, itu akan menentukan metode apa yang paling cocok, what the most appropriate method that can help us, yang bisa bantu kita untuk menjawab pertanyaan penelitian tersebut. Prof, another question is about what the strength and weakness of a quantitative and qualitative method and mix. So let me explain a little. So Professor Sanya Martin have expertise in qualitative research, so she can give us some understanding about the qualitative method. Okay, Prof, please.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Faisal. So I think the strengths of whichever method you choose, again, will depend on your research questions. And that's really important for when we begin our design of our research study, is to consider what are we trying to understand. The ways that qualitative research can be strong is that it often is a data collection process that takes place over a longer period of time. That allows the researcher to have more grounded understanding of maybe the participants or the process or the context. So qualitative research allows us to ask different types of questions and to collect data that is more interactive between the researcher and the participants. In qualitative data collection and analysis, the researcher plays a big role. And, sorry. The researcher plays a big role, and their perspectives can really shape the analysis in interesting ways. However, mixed methods is something that I use more often now in my research by collaborating with Professor Hae-Yun Chu, who's one of the co-sponsors of this workshop from Macquarie University. Dr. Chu is a researcher who's well-grounded in quantitative research. And working with her, I've found that we can often collect larger amounts of data that allows me to understand more broadly maybe a research question or context. And so when we can combine the two, it's really powerful for helping us to see big, broad context and also to dig down and see what it's like for individuals in our study. So you can consider all three of these methods depending on your research questions.
Sudah tidak? Masih ada satu lagi sebelum panel discussion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the last question from the third session. Thank you very much, Professor Sonia and Dr. Faisal, for providing a very valuable insight for us regarding the implementation of socio-scientific issues in the science classroom, and also how can we use the mixed method in our research. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are having a panel discussion. So maybe some of the participants still have questions regarding the three topics that has been delivered. And this panel discussion will be guided by Dr. Hae-Yun Chu from Macquarie University, Australia. So ladies and gentlemen, let me hand over the session to Dr. Hae-Yun Chu.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Yeah. I want to invite Professor Sonia Martin in the panel group. So we have in the panel Dr. Alohiya and Dr. Rachel and Dr. Pfizer, and also Professor Sonia Martin. So Professor Sonia, is it okay?
Yes, I'm happy to participate.
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, so at Dr. Alohiya Lemesky's presentation, she talked about the co-generative dialogue between teacher and students. I have listened to Dar's presentation done by Professor Chris City and Professor Sonia Martin. They used also co-generative dialogue among students. The students completed some activities. They recorded their activities in science classroom, and then students used the video to have this co-generative dialogue. It's very powerful, and nowadays many researchers talk about co-generative dialogue, also in a broad way, ethnography study in action research. But I want to discuss in the panel the emotion that teacher or student could have from this co-generative dialogue. It could be very overwhelmed. Sometimes it can a bit hard. Could you share some of your experience or tips about how to control those emotional influence when we apply co-generative dialogue in action research?
Yes, thank you. That's an interesting question. So the work on co-generative dialogues is about 20 years old now, and there have been lots of studies conducting this type of interaction between students and teachers at the elementary level, middle and high school level, and university level. And it's true that there can be a lot of emotional connections that are strong and positive, and sometimes strong and negative. But what's really important about that is that always those emotions are present in classrooms. There's always some type of feeling about teaching and learning experiences. But without this discourse, there's no way to share. And so whether we ignore it in our classrooms or not, we have children and adults who are experiencing a lot of positive and negative emotions in the process of teaching and learning and in their lives, which they bring into the classroom and into the schools. So the value of using this method is that it has sort of concrete steps, that kind of rules that we engage students and adults in. We use these rules to structure the conversation, to try and make sure that it remains, if not positive, at least productive. So we're trying to co-generate, meaning to generate as a group ways that we can improve science, teaching, and learning. Sometimes that focuses on emotional context. Sometimes it's structural things, like how can we design the classroom to be more effective. Sometimes it's about content, how the teacher is the type of pedagogy that's being used, or assessment. So the range of topics is dependent upon the problems that the teachers and students can identify. The process takes place over time and takes place in small groups and large groups. And people develop sort of an understanding and a culture of how to talk to each other. And we have always found that while the conversations may be difficult in the beginning, over time they become more just sort of normal ways of engaging between teachers and learners at all levels. And that can be really powerful for learning outcomes.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sanya Martin. Is Dr. Roy here? Are you there? No, she's not. Okay. My another question: if we use this co-generative dialogue in our action research, what could be small research questions? What is the best? Just some suggestions, because everyone knows about conceptual study in a smaller specific question. But when we talk about co-generative dialogue, it could be something different research scope in the classroom. So if Professor Sonia Martin or Dr. Rachel could talk about the best research topic using co-generative dialogue research focus in action research for teachers.
Dr. Ruggiero, do you want to go first or?
You can go. You have
Okay.
a quick idea for that. I
Sure.
think it is very broad.
Yes, yeah. I think that my research with cogenerative dialogues, the focus has always been on starting very simply, no matter the age level. One of the first questions we ask participants to consider is, what do you like about this science classroom? What's going well? Let's identify some positive things. And then the reverse of that is, what are some things that can be improved? So we don't like to say what's bad, but using language to structure productive conversations. What do you like? And what could we improve? And that could be about, the schedule, the content, our interactions, all kinds of things. So starting from there, identifying something together, and then trying to catalyze a change to improve it and to come back and reevaluate. What did we do to make a change? How did it work? What do we do next? That's where the action research cycle really comes in, the repeating.
Wow, thank you very much. It's very strong, so we can include student the classroom using co-generative dialogue at the planning stage of action research. It's really impressive. And Dr. Rachel mentioned about the plan, do, study, action model. It was very simple for us to understand, and it's easy for teachers to implement in their action research. And she also mentioned about the research practice partnership approach. So because teachers, co-generative dialogue has some aspects for teachers to find their focused action research topic. However, if a teacher wanna use this more PDSA approach, now they have to come up with specific problems. And based on this research practice partnership, Dr. Rachel mentioned that from the planning stage, researchers and teachers wanna design together. So there are lots of issues when we use RPP approach. Teachers is very passive. They just rely on the researchers sometimes. Then they want to be told about what to do for their research. So I want to ask some questions to Dr. Rachel. What could be best approach for teachers come up with their questions, their plan, but these academics can shape the research more in according to modern teaching approach like inquiry, SSI, all those things. Could you please share your experience and strategies for those things?
So I think one in parallel to thinking about what Dr. Martin just shared is oftentimes we, as researchers, think about working with teachers to ask, what is going well in your teaching, right? Like, what are the strengths and what do you want to accomplish or improve? We encourage teachers to go through a process of appreciative inquiry where they interview colleagues, interview students to think about what's working really well and and also what would it look like for them to achieve their vision? What are they hoping for in their classroom? So we're kind of thinking about that motivational aim. Where do I want to be in a year or 5 years from now, as a way of thinking about what kinds of questions they have about how to get there. And so that process, again, helps us start with those assets, the things that are going well, as a place to say, how can we make it even better? And if many times you hear, you want students to persevere, for example. I want them to persevere through problems. I want them to understand that it's okay to make a mistake. And I think where the researcher can support is to bring those strategies and to bring the research to teachers, at least in the US. Teachers don't have access to academic journals. They are often behind a paywall. There is so much of it, it is hard to navigate. And so how do we help to bring that knowledge to teachers once we know what they are trying to accomplish? Something that we can do is to help support them with what some of those possibilities for ideas might be that they can test in their own classroom. And I think that the type of data you collect, when Dr. Martin talks about a co-generative dialogue, that is, again, a place for getting students to also co-create. So between students, teachers, and researchers, you can be coming up with what a possible focus of your action research might be, and coming up with that question to be able to support it. And then universities also provide access to additional types of expertise as teachers try things and maybe they are not working or not working for a certain population. For example, they're multilingual learners, and that is where also bringing in additional research expertise can support them to continue to make progress.
Thank you so much. So I think that's a really good idea to talk with the teachers about their 5 years later, their teaching goals. So from the broader scope, we can see what's their really intention in their classroom. And all your advice is very helpful. It's going to be helpful for academics when they work with these teacher groups. Thank you so much. And for Dr. Pfizer, he talked about mixed methodology when he implement socio-scientific issues approach in science classroom. This SSI approach is quite innovative and creative teaching methodology right now, and it's connected to new science literacy vision. It's like vision 3 that we not just emphasizing knowledge and skill, but as well as students' identity, emotion, and value development. And also we want students apply the science knowledge and skill to solve or to suggest the social issues and enactment. So that's a really new approach in science education, but because it's new and there is action part, developing value part, emotion part. So sometimes teachers are having difficulties understanding about SSI approach teaching methodology, and we introduce action parts. Some of science teachers really think, oh, that's not my area. So in our panel, we want to discuss if teachers want to use SSI in their action research, what could be best way for them to implement the component of SSI in the classroom, and how they can measure it as part of action research. So all the panel members can give us some tips, and especially Dr. Pfizer, You
Okay.
can start first.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to select the SSI.
Muted.
Yeah. Sudah. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think it's a good idea to use the SSI topic for action research because in the international literature we know that this is become a trend in a science education research along with the scientific literacy and the 21st skills. It's like problem solving, communication skills, and others. And also when we look at our competency in the curriculum is so relevant with what the government want to promote in the schools and also in the university. However, not only in Indonesia, maybe in another educational context, introducing the SSI or another innovative pedagogy approach, it can be challenging for teachers, particularly for them who familiar with the, it's like lecturing and also one direction interaction in the classroom. So in our study, it can be the initial step to encourage and to promote the SSI-based instruction. Even we know that teacher may have initial ideas or knowledge about the SSI, or however they may didn't have any understanding how to connect the SSI with the curriculum and how to implement the SSI teaching in their teaching practice. So integrating or using SSI can be a good topic for action research. Particularly today, our government encourage schools and teachers to implement the constructivistic or constructive pedagogical approach. For example, problem solving, case-based, and project-based. And SSI is very relevant with this instructional strategy, and also teachers can achieve some learning outcomes. For you to know, teachers here they are emphasized to achieve some outcomes from the curriculum. In our curriculum, we have 4 competency: affective, spiritual, cognitive, and psychomotoric. So maybe the challenge is how to connect the competency in the curriculum with the framework of the SSI-based instruction. However, I think we can step by step to facilitating or to support teachers to achieve these goals. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that kind of guideline or reading materials should be provided to the teachers. Lastly, I want to ask Dr. Rachel and Professor Sonia about if we want to include this innovative approach, SSI approach. Last time we mentioned about STEAM approach. Today, again in the afternoon session, Aula will talk about using technology to make innovative science classroom. All these new approaches, when they use it, teachers don't know about it very well, so they need some help. So Dr. Rachel and Professor Sonia, what could be best way of doing action research using this PDSA and co-generative dialogue in align with this kind of new pedagogical approach in classroom for teachers to develop their teaching and student learning?
So I can say that one thing that we are doing as a part of the work with teachers through the Research Practice Partnership is that teachers are learning about, the PDSA cycle and how to do this improvement process but they are also receiving professional development on these innovative teaching practices at the same time. And so they may be, if you are talking about the SSI approach or STEAM, you know, they may, in addition to coming to workshops like this that are focused on methodology, be also doing some training, professional development workshops where they're being exposed to SSI or STEAM, engaging in it actively, thinking about it, and then using what they're learning as the things that they're going to try within those PDSA cycles. And so some of the examples in the slides are around high-level tasks in mathematics. So in sharing these tasks with students that are very open-ended. And so teachers will learn about using those tasks, how to plan around them, and then test it in their classroom and think about what they think is going to change in their classroom. And then some of those graphs around how the student to teacher talk and students' enjoyment of math and being able to see to both learn the strategies while also learning the research process together, and then using them in partnership to really support implementation of what they're learning.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really needed to provide some kind of help or teachers connected to this innovative approach. Professor Sonia Martin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, this is going to be our last words from you about in our panel discussion.
I just want to first thank everybody today for a really interesting series of presentations and for getting some ideas started for all of our participants. I think the most important thing that our teachers and researchers can bring to this work is their curiosity about what they can improve. And, you know, you have to be willing to try something new. You have to be open to listening to your students and to your peers and to yourself. You have to be honest with yourself about what are some of your strengths and what are some things that you need some support to change. And so I think your spirit, curiosity, and desire to improve teaching and learning for yourself and for your students is the most critical part for getting started. So I really look forward to learning as this series goes on what it is that people are interested in trying to change about their practice. So I wish you all a great, good luck in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I will finish my panel discussion part here. See you in the afternoon.
Iya. Penyerahan sertifikat ini.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Heyen Chu, for guiding the panel discussion, also for all the invited speakers, and also for Professor Sonia. Thank you very much. Now we will present a certificate of appreciation for all the invited speakers, and I would like to invite the Vice Dean for collaboration in the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar. So let me invite Dr. Asmawati Asis, MSI.
Thank you, Randy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is all honor to have Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is our honor to have all distinguished educators joining us here and share valuable insight about methodological approach that can be used by science teachers in improving teaching practice in their classroom. Firstly, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Rahi Elmeski, PhD, Washington University in St. Louis, US. Thank you for sharing insightful knowledge, cognitive and dialogue and restorative talking skill.
Also, here is the certificate of appreciation for Rohi Almeskai, PhD, for Dr. Almeskai. Maybe you can say something.
Okay. Secondly, we present a certificate of appreciation for Rahel Ruggero, PhD, Washington University in St. Louis, US. Thank you very much, Dr. Rahel, for sharing about plan to study art cycle. Thank you.
Here is the certificate of appreciation for Dr. Rachel. Dr. Rachel, maybe you want to say something?
Thank you. Okay. And the last is a certificate of appreciation for Faisal PhD, Makassar University, Indonesia. Thank you for Pak Faisal for sharing your research and SSI. Please. We got of valuable knowledge from this workshop session. Hopefully, all teacher participation in this workshop can implement the knowledge to improve the teaching practice. Thank you for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Dr. Asmawati, Vice Dean for Development and Collaboration, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar. And also we would like to deliver our sincere appreciation for all the invited speakers joining the first session of International Workshop today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the last session of the first part of our International Workshop, and we will have a short break, a 1-hour break for lunch. And we will back at 1 p.m. to have the keynote session with Professor David F. Trigges from Curtin University, Australia. So ladies and gentlemen, see you again 1 hour from now. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Makassar. Adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri yang ada di Indonesia, terletak di Makassar, Sulawesi Selatan. Memiliki visi yang kuat untuk menjadi pusat pendidikan, pengkajian, pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, dan seni yang berwawasan pendidikan dan kewirausahaan. Untuk mencapai visinya, Universitas Negeri Makassar menyelenggarakan kegiatan Tridharma untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional dalam bidang kependidikan dan non-pendidikan. Memberikan layanan kepada masyarakat untuk peningkatan kualitas hidup masyarakat. Menciptakan iklim dan budaya akademik yang kondusif sesuai dengan prinsip tata kelola yang baik. Mengembangkan Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi riset university yang dapat memenuhi kebutuhan pembangunan bangsa. Mengembangkan jejaring atau kerjasama antara pemerintah, swasta, ataupun instansi dan lembaga pada tingkat nasional dan internasional. Adapun tujuan dari Universitas Negeri Makassar adalah menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional yang dapat diterima sebagai warga masyarakat yang berbudi pekerti yang luhur, terwujudnya universitas mandiri yang bertata kelola yang baik sesuai dengan peraturan perundang-undangan, menghasilkan produk ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta seni yang bernilai kewirausahaan, terwujudnya jejaring atau kerjasama profesional dalam bidang pendidikan, penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan pemerintah pusat atau daerah, BUMN, swasta, institusi dan lembaga lain baik pada tingkat nasional atau internasional untuk kemaslahatan manusia. Meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang syarat dengan atmosfer akademik yang sehat sehingga tumbuh berkembang kemampuan
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya bamai jauh, mana pur di sana. papare samuna muna muna keke, samuna muna muna keke. Soleram, 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 anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya. Kampuanan jauh di matu, kunwangsan sebaku liliang, takkan ajo kawan-kawanan lamu, sangke basuh yang surya.
Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara saksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Makassar. Adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri yang ada di Indonesia, terletak di Makassar, Sulawesi Selatan. Memiliki visi yang kuat untuk menjadi pusat pendidikan, pengkajian, pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, dan seni yang berwawasan pendidikan dan kewirausahaan. Untuk mencapai visinya, Universitas Negeri Makassar menyelenggarakan kegiatan Tridharma untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional dalam bidang kependidikan dan non-pendidikan. Memberikan layanan kepada masyarakat untuk peningkatan kualitas hidup masyarakat. Menciptakan iklim dan budaya akademik yang kondusif sesuai dengan prinsip tata kelola yang baik. Mengembangkan Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi riset university yang dapat memenuhi kebutuhan pembangunan bangsa. Mengembangkan jejaring atau kerjasama antara pemerintah, swasta, ataupun instansi dan lembaga pada tingkat nasional dan internasional. Adapun tujuan dari Universitas Negeri Makassar adalah menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional yang dapat diterima sebagai warga masyarakat yang berbudi pekerti yang luhur, terwujudnya universitas mandiri yang bertata kelola yang baik sesuai dengan peraturan perundang-undangan, menghasilkan produk ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta seni yang bernilai kewirausahaan, terwujudnya jejaring atau kerjasama profesional dalam bidang pendidikan, penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan pemerintah pusat atau daerah, BUMN, swasta, institusi dan lembaga lain baik pada tingkat nasional atau internasional untuk kemaslahatan manusia. Meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang syarat dengan atmosfer akademik yang sehat sehingga tumbuh berkembang kemampuan intelektual dan sosial secara terpadu sesama sivitas akademik. Untuk mencapai visi, misi, dan tujuan itu disusun 7 program strategis yang sudah dicanangkan dalam program kerja 2016 sampai 2020. Pengembangan kapasitas dan manajemen organisasi atau lembaga, pengembangan inovasi pembelajaran yang berbasis teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, peningkatan mutu penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, demikian juga publikasi ilmiah, peningkatan sarana dan prasarana, serta penataan lingkungan menuju kampus yang modern, pengembangan karakter mahasiswa dan alumni, peningkatan tata kelola keuangan dan kesejahteraan dosen, perluasan tenaga kependidikan dan mahasiswa, jejaring kemitraan, dan publikasi antar lembaga. Dalam kurun waktu 2 tahun menjalankan ke-7 program yang strategis, Universitas Negeri Makassar sekarang sudah memiliki 9 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana. Fakultasnya adalah Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Sastra, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Seni dan Desain, dan Fakultas Ekonomi. Negeri Makassar telah meraih Standar Nasional Indonesia SNI Award kategori organisasi perguruan tinggi seluruh Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Makassar menduduki peringkat ke-20 sebagai perguruan tinggi non-vokasi terbaik se-Indonesia. Terdapat 31 program studi yang sudah meraih akreditasi A. Program studi yang masih terakreditasi B akan terus diupayakan untuk meraih akreditasi A. Bahkan, ada 4 program studi yang sedang berproses meraih akreditasi internasional. Universitas Negeri Makassar memiliki 104 program studi, baik untuk S1, S2 maupun S3. Jumlah dosen ada 1.185 dengan 191 guru besar dan yang masih aktif sampai sekarang ada 86 orang. Doktor sebanyak 421 orang dan selebihnya adalah berkualifikasi magister. Seluruh dosen di Universitas Negeri Makassar telah mendapatkan gelar magister program Strata 2 sesuai dengan persyaratan Undang-Undang Guru dan Dosen. Dalam sisi kelembagaan, Universitas Negeri Makassar sudah berakreditasi A yang berarti unggul. Universitas Negeri Makassar meraih predikat pertama nasional dalam kategori perguruan tinggi Satker untuk program realisasi anggaran. Dalam kategori Kementerian Riset dan Teknologi Perguruan Tinggi, dalam aspek kualitas sumber daya manusia, Universitas Negeri Makassar menempati urutan ketiga secara nasional. Ini semua dapat diraih karena Universitas Negeri Makassar memiliki semangat yang tinggi untuk maju dan siap bekerja sama dengan segala pihak, baik internal ataupun eksternal. Dengan demikian, Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi salah satu universitas yang unggul di tanah air dan kemudian di kancah internasional.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth, Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya bermegah, bermegah, mana pun di Salangkara, mana pun di Salangkara. Katamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara, sama layang iman bidadara, sama layang. Sayang, sayang, si patokaan, matego, tego, gorokan. Sayang, 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 si patokaan, matego, tego, gorokan. Sayang, sajojo, sajojo, yumadam komi, sabapare, samuna, muna, muna, keke, samuna, muna, muna, keke. Soleram, 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 anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merah pipinya. Kampuangan jauh di Mato, Kunwangsan sebaku Liliang, takkan aja kawan-kawan lamo, sangke basur yang suria.
dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara seksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Makassar. Adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri yang ada di Indonesia, terletak di Makassar, Sulawesi Selatan. Memiliki visi yang kuat untuk menjadi pusat pendidikan, pengkajian, pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, dan seni yang berwawasan pendidikan dan kewirausahaan. Untuk mencapai visinya, Universitas Negeri Makassar menyelenggarakan kegiatan Tridharma untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional dalam bidang kependidikan dan non-pendidikan. Memberikan layanan kepada masyarakat untuk peningkatan kualitas hidup masyarakat. Menciptakan iklim dan budaya akademik yang kondusif sesuai dengan prinsip tata kelola yang baik. Mengembangkan Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi riset university yang dapat memenuhi kebutuhan pembangunan bangsa. Mengembangkan jejaring atau kerjasama antara pemerintah, swasta, ataupun instansi dan lembaga pada tingkat nasional dan internasional. Adapun tujuan dari Universitas Negeri Makassar adalah menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional yang dapat diterima sebagai warga masyarakat yang berbudi pekerti yang luhur, terwujudnya universitas mandiri yang bertata kelola yang baik sesuai dengan peraturan perundang-undangan, menghasilkan produk ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta seni yang bernilai kewirausahaan, terwujudnya jejaring atau kerjasama profesional dalam bidang pendidikan, penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan pemerintah pusat atau daerah, BUMN, swasta, institusi dan lembaga lain baik pada tingkat nasional atau internasional untuk kemaslahatan manusia. Meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang syarat dengan atmosfer akademik yang sehat sehingga tumbuh berkembang kemampuan intelektual dan sosial secara terpadu sesama sivitas akademik. Untuk mencapai visi, misi, dan tujuan itu disusun 7 program strategis yang sudah dicanangkan dalam program kerja 2016 sampai 2020. Pengembangan kapasitas dan manajemen organisasi atau lembaga, pengembangan inovasi pembelajaran yang berbasis teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, peningkatan mutu penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, demikian juga publikasi ilmiah, peningkatan sarana dan prasarana, serta penataan lingkungan menuju kampus yang modern, pengembangan karakter mahasiswa dan alumni, peningkatan tata kelola keuangan dan kesejahteraan dosen, perluasan tenaga kependidikan dan mahasiswa, jejaring kemitraan, dan publikasi antar lembaga. Dalam kurun waktu 2 tahun menjalankan ke-7 program yang strategis, Universitas Negeri Makassar sekarang sudah memiliki 9 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana. Fakultasnya adalah Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Sastra, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Seni dan Desain, dan Fakultas Ekonomi. Negeri Makassar telah meraih Standar Nasional Indonesia SNI Award kategori organisasi perguruan tinggi seluruh Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Makassar menduduki peringkat ke-20 sebagai perguruan tinggi non-vokasi terbaik se-Indonesia. Terdapat 31 program studi yang sudah meraih akreditasi A. Program studi yang masih terakreditasi B akan terus diupayakan untuk meraih akreditasi A. Bahkan, ada 4 program studi yang sedang berproses meraih akreditasi internasional. Universitas Negeri Makassar memiliki 104 program studi, baik untuk S1, S2 maupun S3. Jumlah dosen ada 1.185 dengan 191 guru besar dan yang masih aktif sampai sekarang ada 86 orang. Doktor sebanyak 421 orang dan selebihnya adalah berkualifikasi magister. Seluruh dosen di Universitas Negeri Makassar telah mendapatkan gelar magister program Strata 2 sesuai dengan persyaratan Undang-Undang Guru dan Dosen. Dalam sisi kelembagaan, Universitas Negeri Makassar sudah berakreditasi A, yang berarti unggul. Universitas Negeri Makassar meraih predikat pertama nasional dalam kategori perguruan tinggi Satker untuk program realisasi anggaran. Dalam kategori Kementerian Riset dan Teknologi Perguruan Tinggi, dalam aspek kualitas sumber daya manusia, Universitas Negeri Makassar menempati urutan ketiga secara nasional. Ini semua dapat diraih karena Universitas Negeri Makassar memiliki semangat yang tinggi untuk maju dan siap bekerja sama dengan segala pihak, baik internal ataupun eksternal. Dengan demikian, Universitas Negeri Makassar menjadi salah satu universitas yang unggul di tanah air dan kemudian di kancah internasional.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Workshop Action Research Methodological Approach. In this session, we will have keynote session and we will have Professor David F. Trigest. Hello, good afternoon, Professor David.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
It's very nice to see you again in our session, in our second session of the workshop. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite Professor David to deliver the keynote session, let me introduce Professor David F. Trigest. He is a John Cartin Distinguished Professor at the School of Education, Cartin University, Australia. His research topic related to the identification, design, and implementation of intervention strategies to challenge students' conception. He also designed tests and other assessment instruments to diagnose students' understanding of content in specific science areas. Students' use of analogies and models as an aid to their understanding of science concepts. And in this keynote session, Professor David will present about the importance of diagnosing students' scientific knowledge and understanding for formative assessment. He will also provide review regarding some tests and show how to create teachers' own assessment item or test item. And Professor David will also show how this diagnostic test can be used to enhance teaching and learning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Professor David is a distinguished researcher in science area, science education area, and it is such a valuable change for us to be here and will listen to what Professor David will deliver in this workshop session. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me invite Professor David F. Tregest.
Okay, thank you, Citra. So I share my screen. Share. Oh, what's going on here? Share my screen. Share. I might have to get a technician again here. Yeah. Why doesn't it work?
We will try to help you to share the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I was told what to do and it seems not to work. So I share there. I'll go to desktop. No. Just let me get a technician, 2 minutes. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, Professor, please.
About diagnostic assessment. So while David is preparing, we can talk about the Indonesian classrooms, formative assessment and diagnostic assessment. What do you think?
All right, thank you, Dr. Hayan Chu. So here is several things that we will discuss. The first is regarding formative assessment. So maybe participants here can share their view about what is the importance of diagnosing student scientific knowledge. Ya, mungkin Bapak dan Ibu bisa berbagi bagaimana menurut Bapak Ibu tentang apa sih pentingnya melakukan diagnostik tes untuk mengukur bagaimana pemahaman peserta didik terkait konsep sains.
Yeah, just anyone share your experience of or understanding about diagnostic or formative assessment.
Ada yang mau share Bapak Ibu? Ya, nanti saya yang so before the participants here share their ideas, maybe I can share my experience because I also interested in the development of student scientific understanding. I mean, like the scientific concepts. So before I start to teach the content that I want to teach, I usually want to know what the students already have in their mind regarding the concept. So I will give a question. What do you, for instance, if I teach about cellular respiration, in cellular respiration we have a process called electron transport chain. Electron transport chain is a chemical process in mitochondria, and sometimes it is the concept that perceived as difficult for students because it is too abstract. So first I will ask, do you think it is electron transport chain is a noun or it is a verb? Is it a process or is it a noun? Something like that. So what do you think about this? And after that we will continue to explain the process. That's my experience. What about the participants here? Do you have some experience to assess students' conceptions? Mungkin Bapak Ibu punya pengalaman, boleh di-share?
We will continue our discussion later.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll join you at the discussion.
Baik, terima kasih. Untuk penilaian diagnostik sendiri itu fungsinya untuk mengetahui masalah-masalah yang diderita atau mengganggu peserta didik. Nah, ketika kita mengetahui atau ketika kita terlebih dahulu mendiagnostik masalah-masalah yang telah dihadapi peserta didik, maka pada saat kita mengajar, kita bisa mengajar mengklasifikasikan anak-anak didik kita yang mana yang diajarkan dengan gaya belajar visual, audio visual atau dengan gaya belajar yang lain-lain. Mungkin seperti itu dari saya. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik, terima kasih Bu. Berarti diklasifikasikan tipe belajarnya ya, gaya belajar masing-masing yang berbeda. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Masih mau ditambahkan? Oke, boleh.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me now, okay, right?
Okay.
You can hear me, okay?
Ya, kita simpan.
Yes.
Okay, we will keep the question. We will keep the discussion question now because the screen already shared by Professor David. So we will start the keynote session.
Okay.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I think this is very exciting to be running international workshop with through NAS, National Association for Research in Science Teaching, and with Dr. Haiyan Chu and Faisal. I think this is a very exciting thing to be happening, and I'm very pleased to be part of it. I just have to tell you, I have a new Macintosh, and it doesn't behave like the old Macintosh, and this is why I had the problem, and I need to get the technician here to help me start the talk. So what I'm going to do is talk about diagnostic assessment and the role of formative assessment. So here's what I'm going to talk about. This notion of alternative conceptions, which I'm sure you're all aware of. And then assessment in the context of educational reforms that are going on all around the world. And we need alternative forms of assessment, not just multiple choice tests or sort of long answer questions that take a long time to analyze. And we want to illustrate how these kind of tests can contribute to improve teaching and learning. So a little bit about alternative conceptions. There's a lot of work over 3 decades in many, many countries about student learning, what students understand and how sometimes they misunderstand. And you can find out about what students know by using these diagnostic tests. One way. One of the things we know from many different countries, including a lot of studies in Indonesia, is that many students have got a limited understanding of the science concepts following instruction. So they might have a superficial knowledge, but they don't have a deeper knowledge. But this isn't because students are lazy or teachers are not good presenters of the work. Students try to construct sensible and coherent understanding of phenomenon, but it doesn't always fit with the scientific phenomenon. And sometimes it doesn't matter, but as you get higher up the school system, it becomes very important. Now, one of the problems with misunderstanding is students say, oh, I don't understand this. Science is only for the top students. And so they dislike science and don't continue with science. And as we all know, an educated workforce needs to be well informed about science. So as I mentioned, there are worldwide reforms going on in many countries. Indonesia is no exception. Every 5 years you have a reorientation of your curriculum. I think the most recent change is that you have 20% of the curriculum should be contextual in the location of the students, where they live. So there's an increasing awareness that science curricula often in schools don't meet students' needs. And this is one of the reasons why this 20% of your curriculum is geared towards local environment. However, reforms need to involve assessment as well as curriculum and teaching approaches. If the reforms don't match assessment with curricula and teaching, then you're going to have all sorts of problems. And this is very evident in many countries, where you change the curricula, you change the teaching, but it's the same exam system. So the teachers don't change the curriculum, they don't change their teaching, and the students are learning for the exam. You'll be familiar with this. So what about diagnostic assessment? It's central to good teaching and learning. All good teachers will diagnose student learning. Diagnostic assessment provides clear conception of the goals and the procedures for instruction, encourages students looking for explanations. Explanations is a key research area, as you might know. Providing diagnostic assessment is consistent with current learning theories. It helps the teacher monitor how students are progressing. It often requires a change in attitude and practice of the teachers. For example, if I've got 40 minutes to teach a lesson, and halfway through I ask some questions, and I realize the majority of students don't understand, I have to make a decision. I make a decision that is one of two ways. One way is I decide that I need to revisit what we're teaching and learning, so students have got a better understanding. The problem with that is I don't finish my lesson. The second way to go is I need to finish my lesson and the students will find out later. So in actual fact, students are getting further and further behind every lesson because the teacher's not diagnosing the learning as the lessons progress. These diagnostic assessments enable teachers and students to realize how they learn and how they teach. So what is the issue? Many teachers do not effectively diagnose student learning problems or appreciate the problems encountered by students in learning science. Why is that? Well, typically a science teacher has been a good student and wasn't one of the students who didn't understand the science. So they won't necessarily have a good understanding of the problems that the students are facing. And one of the aspects of regular instruction is that teachers ask for an answer, but don't require an explanation of the answer. Two reasons. One is the reasoning is not part of the testing system. And secondly, if you get into this discussion of explanations, reason why, it takes a long time and I don't finish my lesson. So I'm behind with my lesson. And this is a real problem in big schools where you might have 8 or 10 parallel classes and you have a regular meeting with your peers and, for example, let's say a textbook, oh, I finished chapter 2, oh, we haven't begun. So you get this tension between colleagues in the same science department. So I've been designing diagnostic tests, and this is the formula, if you like, how this is done. There's a couple of papers that you could follow if you wanted to do something like this, and it works out pretty well. So the first thing we do, we've got to figure out what the content is. So there's two ways to work out the content. We look at the propositional knowledge statements that make up the statement. Like, just give me an example. Acid is made up of hydrogen ions. And then we need to make a concept map to bring all the ideas together. It needs to be validated so we've got a clear idea of the area we want to assess. And then we need to do something like the following. We need to identify a group of students and find out what they know. So we have semi-structured interviews with the students, and it may well be that people have done studies already, so we can look at the related literature and see what type of questions we might be asking in the interviews. And then we can write some multiple choice content items with a free response. So I'll give you some examples in a short time. So for example, it would be a statement and then some choices. Do you choose A, B, C, or D? And then you've got to write in words why you chose D. So with this information, it's possible. So then we develop these two tiers. The first tier is the content. The second tier is the reason. We pilot test it, and we get a final diagnostic test. I've had a few students working on master's theses and doctoral theses developing these tests, because to do it properly, you need to go through all these different stages. Now, working with Hyun Chu in Singapore, when she was working at the National Institute of Education, she created this wonderful slide for me, which is showing the relationship between two-tier multiple choice items and the formative assessment cycle. And you can see that there is a one-to-one fit. So if you're interested in formative assessment, one way to look at the formative assessment is through these two-tier multiple choice items. And you can see that eliciting students' different perspectives and engaging in discussion is identifying a gap in the learning. Then you want to analyze responses and do so in a short time in a structured way. And then the teachers help to modify their lessons. So the relationship here between two-tier multiple choice items and formative assessment cycle is very, very clear. And formative assessment tends to be an important part of every teacher's daily practice. They might do it informally, or they might do this formally. We have a test. It's not a test that I'm going to count a mark for. It's a test to find out what you know. Do the teaching to improve the student learning. Okay, so now I look at some items, which are these two-tier items, and give you some examples from real data. So this is a very simple item. It's a chemical bonding diagnostic test. This particular test, I think we got two of them. One is for lower secondary school. The other one is for upper secondary school or early university. Sodium chloride exists as a molecule. The answer is true or false. And then we got all these reasons. These reasons initially came from students. We might have slightly altered the language so the language is consistent. But you can see here, the students have got a choice. If they choose true, they're going to find a reason that fits their. If they chose false, they'll find a reason why it's false. It's now nonsensical because I've already said it doesn't form a molecule. I look for ions. That seems to make sense because it's not dealing with molecules, it's dealing with ions. So let's see what happens. Remember, 2C is the right answer. You can see that only a small percentage got the right answer. The majority seem to like 1B. 1B is that sodium chloride does exist as a molecule, and sodium ion forms a molecule with the chloride ion. So this is a very clear understanding for the teacher and also for the students that sodium chloride does not exist as a molecule. It is an ionic compound. Look at another example, a bit more complicated to read, and I won't go through the all details, but the point is we're looking at a chemical system. Is why did the solution finally become colorless? The student knows that copper sulfate, which was blue, has finally reacted. And then you've got an explanation as to why it's reacted. Copper ions in solution are blue, zinc ions in solution are colorless. So when you've got zinc in copper sulfate, why does it change color? Well, the answer's there. So let's look at, see if I've got some answers here. Yes, I do. So here we got 40% of the students, Singapore students, 14 to 15-year-olds, think that 3D, that's the correct answer. Let's look at some other example. 3C is an interesting example to many students. 3C. So 3C is that the soluble copper sulfate ions are formed insoluble reddish brown copper. So that's a okay, so we have many more items like that. Here's some work done with a colleague of mine, Mario Zednik. Popsicles, ice lollies are placed in the freezer the day before. This morning, Vic takes out a few popsicles from the freezer and then discusses the temperature of the wooden stick and the ice with his friends. And so the different friends say different things. The wooden sticks are at a higher temperature than the ice is at a higher temperature than the wooden stick. They're at the same temperature. It depends on the size of the ice. So the question is, with this kind of item, who do you think has got the right answer? And you've got to provide an explanation, and then those explanations look like this. So, who do you agree with? The agreement is with Ross. They're at the same temperature, and we got all these possible answers that came about. And the issue is that the rate of heat inflow and outflow between ice and wood is the same. Now, they don't feel the same, and that's for another reason. And so we look at this again, a similar issue. In the morning, Jen came to the classroom and announces that she does not like sitting on metal chairs because they're cold, colder than the plastic ones. What do you think is right? So you got all these choices. Chair might not be seen as cold. So you got to make a choice. They're not colder, they're at the same temperature. Obviously, if they're in the same room, they're in the same temperature. The reason for my answer is metal transfers coldness better than plastic. Metal transfers heat better than plastic. So this makes better sense. So we got the right answer. So the students make the choice by looking at these items. Okay. So what are the strengths of these diagnostic items? The items were developed based on students' alternative conceptions, and the idea is that the options, that is the distractors, have got the same status as of alternative conceptions. So a student might choose any one because they make good sense. Often there's space for students to discuss their choices, so if you don't like A, B, or C, you add your own. Items and options, these distractors, can give an idea for a beginner teacher especially to understand students' possible alternative conceptions and prepare their teaching for embedded formative assessment. So once you know that there's some possible alternative in learning, the teacher is in a position to change their teaching. And it's only because you either informally or formally, you're engaged in formative assessment. Okay, the next point. And those of us who have used these kind of items, like myself and Dr. Chu and others, we know that they work this way. Completed test items can be used for class discussion. They can illustrate various viewpoints, enable students to reflect on their own ideas and examine their own conceptual theory. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Indonesian classrooms, not recently, but 10 years back and beyond that for many years. And I noticed students are not always willing to offer their ideas. So obviously there's a cultural issue here. Australian students tend to be too keen sometimes to offer their own ideas, even if they're wrong. So there's a cultural issue of enabling students to reflect on their own ideas. And I'm interested in your views about this, for your own teaching. You can use clicker cards or color cards for classroom discussions. Intrusive of an individual, because you can just hold up the color or use a clicker and no one knows that it's you, who enables science teachers to better assess, diagnose students' understanding of specific science content. That's what you want to do. You want the students to know the content because the content's typically on the test. And you want to get them away from memorization so they think about this, and then their brains are not filled up with memory. They've got some opportunities for thinking. It helps increase science teachers' awareness of students' alternative conceptions, and then they can improve their teaching. And a big issue is if students don't understand what they're doing, they say, I'm not taking this class anymore, or next year when it comes to taking science, I'm not taking science. So what we want to do as science teachers and science educators, we want to help maintain students' interest and enrollment in science. Right, so there are not everything's good about diagnostic tests, and some of my colleagues have been quite critical of me and others because you're assuming that students are able to read and are able to reflect on their thinking. They need good literacy and metacognitive skills. Also, they might need a good knowledge of subject matter to differentiate between, for example, do they know the difference between a molecule and an ion? If they don't, they can't answer that question. But again, by offering the item for students to respond to, you can find out if they understand this issue. Requires perseverance. You have to read all this stuff. You've got to think about A and B and C and D and which is which. And academically weaker students don't wish to be engaged. They just like to check A and hope it's correct. Students may not understand or they may misinterpret an item. And I think that is part of the assessment that teachers always go through and researchers. So I'm talking to Citra. Yep. Is that okay? She's mute.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So once again, I would like to invite the participants joining this workshop to share their questions. If you have any questions. So in the presentation, Professor David already shared an example of diagnostic test using two-tier questions. For instance, we have a question and the students can answer whether the statement is correct or wrong, and if they say it is correct, what is the answer, what is the reason, and if it is not correct, what is the reason?
Yeah. So this might be good for panel discussion, huh? And we'll deal with that later.
Okay. All right, Professor. So now we will first continue with the panel discussion. And we have one participant here who want to share their questions. Please.
Oke, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, jadi di sekolah kami itu dalam kegiatan penerimaan peserta didik baru, kebetulan sekolah kami sudah menerapkan kurikulum merdeka. Di awal ini ada namanya tes diagnostik. Cuman yang kami kesulitan di sini setelah kami melakukan tes diagnostik, itu kan tentang untuk mencari gaya belajar. Jadi yang ingin saya tanyakan dengan latar belakang keluarga. Yang ingin saya tanyakan setelah kami mendapatkan data tentang latar belakang keluarga, bagaimana kami menghubungkan data ini dengan gaya belajar? Adakah sebuah dasar atau petunjuk begitu bagaimana menentukan gaya belajar berdasarkan latar belakang keluarga misalnya dalam tes diagnostik itu?
Oke, thank you for the question.
Ada tadi di bagian ketiga saya lihat bagaimana menggunakan data yang sudah kita dapatkan di dalam tes diagnostik.
Oke.
Oke, terima kasih.
Okay, Professor David. So one of the teacher here already implement a diagnostic test, and
yes,
what they diagnose is related to the student's socio-economic background and also learning type.
Okay.
So she asked about how can she use the data that she got to connect, to find the relation between socio-economic background of the students and also their learning style. And how can she use this to support learning?
Okay, so if you have data from diagnostic tests and you can identify the student's socio-economic status and the learning styles, you've got enough data to start doing some analysis. So you need to arrange these data so they can be numerated. So, for example, SES, I don't know exactly what the system might be, but for example, if you had rural, semi-urban, and urban, that would be, you'd score that as 1, 2, and 3. And then you've got learning styles, and I'm not sure what examples you've got, but you're going to have learning styles which you identify as being A, B, or C, so you give them a numeral number, 1, 2, or 3, and then you can do some data analysis. And Professor Chu is very good at doing all this. She can help you with the data analysis.
Okay, maybe Professor Chu can share.
Yeah, it's really good data. David has already mentioned you can make your data as like quantitative numerical data. So 1A, 1B, 1C, then you can look at those group 1A, what's their scores or analysis from diagnostic assessment. So you can find out some kind of patterns when they have like low socioeconomic status and their learning style A, then maybe you could see some specific group has low score, some specific group has high score. So you can, if you have a large samples, it's easier to generalize. But if you have a small samples, still you can find some patterns qualitatively to explain about those patterns. it's a numerical analysis, but when we have a small sample size, it cannot be generalized, but you can still explain using your small samples, and later you can have more data to generalize those ideas. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Jadi memang perlu dilakukan analisis.
Soalnya, apakah disesuaikan atau tidak? Terima kasih.
Rodriguez, can you hear my voice?
I can, yes.
Okay, so now we have more questions from the participants. So for instance, after we implement the first diagnostic test and we already classify the students based on their learning style, should we give them a different type of question in their final test? In their formative test, should we give them different types of questions?
So the type of questions I've been showing you should be used as formative assessment. But you could also use examples like that as summative assessment. But it's a very difficult thing to get things like 100% correct because you're looking at content knowledge and an explanatory knowledge. So in a diagnostic way, you can help students learn by looking at the data. If you present those kind of items at a summative test, then that's it. There's no way to come back and say, well, as you answer that question, it gives you a sense of what you do or what you do not know. It doesn't work that way. It simply says that I got 7 out of 10 on these items, or 2 out of 10, whatever it might be. So I think it's a good idea to have some maybe items like that in a summative test, but I think what you want to be doing is using the formative type of item to help students manage the items that they're assessed on. Does that make sense? Citra, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I make a comment? According to the schedule, you have another speaker, and he's waiting for a long time, and maybe we continue with the discussion after the speaker.
Okay. Okay. So we will keep this topic of discussion. We will first continue with the next speaker. And our next speaker, it is Aula Andika Fikrullah Al-Balad SPD MS. So Mr. Aula, he will explain about implementing innovative technology in a school setting based on a teacher's perception. Over the past 20 years, technology has changed major sectors, and in education, technology effectively play roles to increase students' engagement, help teachers to improve lesson plan, and facilitate personalized learning, while also helping both learner and teachers to have strong 21st century skills. So, Here, Mr. Aula Andika Fikrullah will share about how to implement innovative technology in school setting to support the 21st century skills. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me invite Mr. Aula Andika Fikrullah Albalat SPD MS. So, Mr. Aula Andika, good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear my
good
voice?
afternoon.
Okay, please, the screen is yours.
Allow me to share my screen instead. Wait a minute. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's such a pleasure to be here to present one of my work after completing my master in the US. And I joined a lot of workshops and providing trainings to teachers and students across Indonesia. But here I would like to present one of my workshops in a way to, to see how potential technology is. And as mentioned earlier, the title of my presentation is about innovative technology and personalized learning in school setting, a scenario to improve learning activities. The reasons why I chose this topic is because what we have been through in the last couple months and years has been truly show us how important technology, no matter how professional we are. That's why. But beforehand, I think I need to mention a little bit about myself, although the moderator has been introduced me previously. I awarded as LPDPO recipient for PhD. So in the next couple of years, I will pursue my PhD abroad. And beforehand, previously to that, I was working as the personal assistant slash tenaga ahli menteri for the Ministry of Land Affairs and Special Planning, and then former team staff khusus or strategic advisor to the Minister of Research and Technology, and someone who have been interesting and highly interested in SDGs, especially SDGs for education. And last but not least is I did my master in instructional technology at Lehigh University under USAID Prestasi Scholarship. And my research interests are mobile technology, how to use mobile technology, especially for education purposes, and then how we integrate augmented reality for education, and using social media and instructional technology to promote learning and visualize instructional technology and any other topic as listed on this presentation. And I would go with this one. I believe all of us, especially young professional or teachers at school, they tend to use technology or social media to spread gossip. Is that, yeah, to spread gossip. Although they said we are not gossiping, we are we are networking and spread the news to other people. But again, technology based on what have been describing and presenting worldwide, and technology has not been used properly to support and to integrate in our curriculum or in our teaching and technology activities. Therefore, mostly as mentioned, technology at school, both teachers and students are more to use technology for sharing and doing simple exercise. Although the potential or the essential of technology is to promote collaborative, creative activities and solving complex problems or improving student digital competency, as mentioned, as describing or mentioned by Livestone and OECD. What we are doing right now is actually one of the advantage of technology. Although I'm not in Makassar, currently I'm in West Java, Bandung, but thanks technology, you make it more possible for us to connect each other with other participants and speakers who have joined us since the morning. For instance, like from Australia, America, and other nowhere place. And also most interestingly, why personalized learning? There are a bunch of definitions about the personalized learning, but I'm coming up with this definition because it's really reflect the definition and also the aims of my research when I did the research 2 years ago. The first reason, what is personalized learning environment, or PLES, most of us call it PLE, is because it's strengthening the relationship between teachers and students and their family. So learning is not about transfer knowledge between student and teachers, but how teacher can build strong relationship, not only with student or with the pupils, but also with their families or their community, especially student community where the student live. And also personalized learning also demonstrate the use of multiple instructional strategies or method in order to meet what the student needs. And the third one, which I think most important about personalized learning, is one way to expand or to increase student motivation in learning, and also demonstrate their understanding and their social activities with other learners or school community. But I personally, believe that all of us who attending these workshops are familiar with this type of learning. But again, I need to elaborate more what the PLE stand for. Here, ISTE, International Society for Technology Education, determine three categories for PLE. The first one, personalization, that focus on student. So students take control on how they learn or how they accept the information, and also student control the whole activity and the whole learning activities, and demonstrate the best strategies and method, or especially tools that work for them. So here, the PLA more focused on the student itself instead of the teachers and the school setting. So more focused on students, and to monitor the progress and reflect on their own activities. And so then the question is, where technology fit in PLE, or personal learning environment? Since PLE more focused on students instead of teachers, this is where technology play an essential role. Since we know our current students have been introduced or familiar with the technology the use of smartphones based on the Ministry Information and Technology report last year published that it's more than 70% of the total population in Indonesia use smartphone. At least one person use smartphone. Me myself, I use smartphone. So I can imagine other generations, and especially for millennials, using smartphone or technological tools. Therefore, in order to support learning and teaching activities at school, I think it's really important to use and to know the characteristic of our learners and use that in order to support and to enhance the learning outcomes. That's why by using like augmented reality or technology and implemented game-based learning is where the technology fits in this research. Because as mentioned earlier, learner know what worked for them, and it's also a good one to self-regulate his or her learning experience and has flexible learning anytime in anywhere by corporate technology and fit what the student are really looking for and work best for them. And the last but not the least, I think it's also by corporate game-based learning or augmented reality is also a good one to motivate and engage in the learning process. However, personally, PLA is not the same as adaptive technology, but it's more focused here. Technology is to support the learning. So technology, not the essential things, but it's one of the tools that to support learning. So we are not totally engaged with technology, but again, some student or the characteristic of learner, sometimes they more intent with technology. That's why cooperating technology and will boost motivation to student motivation to learn and to engage in the learning and in learning and teaching activities at school. So this is what when I collect my data at the one of private school in West Java, Bandung 2 years ago. Here, some teachers who taught teach at the school are participate and see what the best method are work for them. Here, I asked them to at the first of the meeting. Actually, there were 12 meetings in total. At the first of the meeting, I asked them, I spread the questionnaires and to see what is the best or what are the characteristics of the teachers, whether they are connected to technology or lack of technological devices. And after analyze all of the questionnaires, and then I found that there are 5 or 10 teachers who are more familiar with the latest technology, for instance, like augmented reality or blended learning and online learning, or using like iMovie or using other technological software to support their learning. But unfortunately, there were 7.7 learning environment. I can help them in a way to see what is the best potential and therefore PLE work in many situations and settings on using technology. One group is focusing on traditional tools, and one group what is it called? the, limited tools to support the learning. Here are, let me, yeah, here are how I, is it loading? This is where, when I categorize them into several groups. The first ones, teachers who are more audio learners and teachers who are more kinesthetic. They tend to write down or play with pen when listening to lectures or seminar, and those who are more technological savvy. So I categorize them based on what they expertise or the characteristic. It's really helpful at the time because the materials that I spread and the materials that I spread work really well in order to support what they are looking for in order during the workshop. But unfortunately, there are some obstacles that I found. But I think in general, it happened when we talk about PLE. There is, personalized PLE. It's hard work. We need, as teachers or as a facilitator, we need to work really, really hard in order to construct the PLE or to construct the scenario. Because if you don't plan at all, and we tend to fail. That's why I think this is one of the most common things or item which make teachers doesn't like to apply PLE in their work. But I would like to share some steps that I found when I did the research and how to apply PLE in school setting. The first one is really important to understand or to know who the audience are. For instance, like we should know what is the characteristic of our student. Are they, all of our students are visual or audio or kinesthetic or mix of these characteristics? I think it's really important to know who they are, and we need to find also the best way or the best strategies or methods. For instance, if we know if one of our students is audio, then we need to give more speech or things related to audio instead of work that focusing on real practice. That's why it's really important to know their characteristic. And also the second step to personalized learning environment is design a stage on PLE. Design a stage on PLE mean like I said before, what is the best strategy or what is the best method that work for them? Again, if they are more focused on writing or drawing something on paper, then we need to spread it to them instead of ask them to listen to some lecture on or video or audio, and develop UDL, Universal Design Lesson. I will share it later if after this meeting any of participants would like to know what DLL stand for. And also again other step, it facilitate driving and supporting questions. When we are in our classroom, it's important to ask some questions, not to see they understand or not, but to build their understanding or their background in terms of with regard to specific or particular ideas or topics. And last but not the least, it's a good one to choose tools or resources or strategies that apply and work best for them. For instance, like in note taking or collaborating like Google Docs and then Google Spreadsheet. It worked best for some students, but for writing, we can use like StoryKit or Book Creator. I assume all of you know Book Creator and this kind of tools that I promote because it's really familiar for teachers in the United States, but I'm not sure whether teachers in Indonesia are familiar with this kind of tools or not. But I will share it if you need it later. And this is another stage that need to understand about the PLE, but I don't need to mention it. Oh wait, sorry. I need to erase it instead. Yeah. But another stage that I did during apply the PLE at the workshop or during collecting the data. And yeah, the data I already mentioned about it. This is what I found after having or after spreading the questionnaires and then analyzing the response and then having interview with some of teachers and observe their activity during the observe their response during the activity. The first one, their lack of confidence in using of technology, for instance, like mobile augmented reality or other latest technology. Although in many cases, their students are more technology savvy and more familiar with technology, but because of their lack of understanding, lack of confidence, and they are not familiar with the technology, then disrupt them to use and to apply technology. And another response that I received after conducting the research is that the lack of support from the school and also from their family as teachers, and they don't have any experiences how to integrate technology into their curricula. That's why the teaching and learning activities most of the time focus on traditional methods because they are already familiar and they know that's one of the best way to improve learning at school. And one more interesting fact that I found after conducting the research is that experienced teachers, although the teacher has been working for many years, like 10 or 15 years at school, and they already know about the material, about the topic of the subject, but again, they don't have professional development in terms of using technology in the classroom. Again, I think training to use technology is really important for teachers in Bandung, especially at school where I get the data. And it gives me several thought or what is it called? Concerns then to ask to all participants who participate in this international workshop, because I received a confirmation that those who are joining with us today are mostly teachers and working at the school. And I come up with two questions. Perhaps you could share your experience and maybe providing more relevant issue in terms of how to engage technology while using how to engage students while using technology such mobile devices or augmented reality, and ensure that our students are fully participate in learning activities. And what are some strategies that you apply to address or to solve it? That's the first questions. And my second question is, what make you anxious about using innovative technologies such as virtual reality for educational purposes, and how you handle it? Because I believe with the advance of technology and what we have been observing, we cannot deny that technology will play significantly in our activities, especially in education. So if there is any comment or ideas to answer this question, I would like to hear from the audience.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Aula Andika Fikrullah, for the presentation. That's an interesting presentation regarding how can we use technology such as virtual reality, learning media in the classroom, for instance, and also other technology that can be helpful to support the effectiveness of learning in the classroom. As what have been delivered by Mr. Aula, is there any questions or maybe opinion regarding the questions provided? Mungkin silahkan. We have one participant who want to share their comments.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terkait dengan bagaimana implementasi teknologi dalam pembelajaran di sekolah, yang menjadi kecemasan kami adalah ketika peserta didik itu lebih tertarik kepada desain-desain teknologinya. Kemudian peserta didik mengabaikan konten yang ada di dalamnya. Nah, bagaimana cara kita memperkecil seperti itu sehingga anak-anak bukan hanya menikmati teknologinya, desainnya, tapi juga bisa paham konsep apa yang mau kita capai pada pembelajaran tersebut. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for the comment. So one of the concern by the teachers is when they utilize technology in their learning, for instance, a nice design, they are afraid that the students only focus on the design of the learning media, but not focus on the content that is being delivered. How can we solve this? And we have another comment from the participants joining in the Zoom. Please, Mr. Hamzah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Citra Pratiwi. As we told today about the PLE, that the PLE isn't about the technology, but it's about the personalized learning. It's about the learner, not about the teacher and just students. It's not a dichotomy of them. But I have one concern about this PLE, that as we live in Indonesia, which is a fast country, we have so much difference in our learning culture. For instance, in Java and Sulawesi, we have so much difference in our learning culture. Sorry, my signal is weak here. I can't use my video. Okay, then. The question is how we use this PLE, how we implement it in the region in Indonesia, which is the technology is not as good as in the big city in Indonesia, like in my place, the student is not that good with the technology. How we implement this PLE? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hamzah. And we have one more participants wants to share opinion or questions, please.
Baik, terima kasih. Di sini terkait dengan pertanyaan diskusi yang kedua tadi tentang kecemasan menggunakan teknologi inovatif. Nah, salah satu yang menjadi kecemasan kami di sekolah biasanya ketika kami menggunakan game based learning, biasanya ketika kami menggunakan game tersebut, suasana kelas menjadi tidak kondusif, anak-anak ribut. Nah, bagaimana mungkin ada dari pemateri langkah-langkah apa yang sebaiknya guru lakukan dalam kelas sehingga dalam penggunaan game based learning ini suasana kelas menjadi lebih kondusif, karena rata-rata seperti itu, apalagi kelas yang banyak hanya ditegur sama sesama guru apabila terlalu ribut dalam kelas. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for the feedback. So we have two questions here. The first is about regarding the challenge faced by teachers teaching in rural areas. Like the technology there is not as advanced as technology in the big cities. And the second, he is concerned about the implementation of game-based learning when the teacher implement game-based learning. So the classroom can be really, really noisy and can be disturbed. It can disturb students in the next classroom. So maybe the professor here can share any strategies for the teachers to solve those problems. And maybe we have one more question. Is it okay? Or do you want to answer it first? Okay, one more question from Miss Arifah, Novia Arifin, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I want to ask about the personalized learning. In your presentation, you have to explain that how to use personalized learning in the class, and I'm plan to research about to make models, and one of the syntax is about personalized learning. According to you, that I can use personalized learning is a part of the syntax model that I want to arrange. Maybe like that. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Arifas. And the third question is regarding the development of learning model. Is it possible if we use the personalized learning as one syntax in a learning model? Okay. Maybe Mr. Aula, you may give some answers regarding the questions provided by the participants.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I never expected that I received that kind of great questions, but I will try to use and to answer. But again, if Prof. Hugh and then Prof. David and other speakers who are more familiar with this can add more after this. Correct me if I'm wrong. The first question is about how to solve things, where students are more focused on design of the tool instead of the contents of the instead of the contents. So for these questions, I think it's really important for us to look at the tool itself. That's why on one of my slides, I said clearly that when mentioned about the PLA is not, it's one of the obstacle is hard work. So we need to look at the tools and to see and to analyze the tools in a good way, whether the designs and then the language that used by the designer or the developers, and then to see the journey of the tool itself, because we cannot apply or we cannot ask our student to use one of tools that we as a teacher haven't used it or haven't had a chance to explore it. But again, PLA, it's hard work. Therefore, planning and then execute it in a good way will determine the result of the activities. But I think one of suggestion that I can use and what I have been done when I was in the US is that when we create one tool, especially learning, at the time we design learning, game-based learning using virtual reality. At the time, we are not working only with one particular school teacher or school subject, but we were working as a team where there were instructional designer, were focused on how to make things and didn't distract the meaning of learning. And we have the subject expert who focusing on a subject, and we work closely, especially with the designer, interface designer, designer who more focus on interface, in order to make sure that the applications that we create will not disrupt the learner focus. So I think that's really important. But again, the ability to control the class and what I'm gonna say, yeah, the ability to control the class and then the willingness of student itself is really important. And we also need to know, again, their background as well in order to create meaningful activities by using special or technological tools or devices. That's one of my advice. And also I want to answer the second question. It's about the implementation of PLE in Indonesia, and where technology doesn't fully support the activities. PLE is again, it's not about how we use technology, but it's tend to how we strengthen our relationship with our pupils or learners and their surroundings, especially student community, and also the ability to use or to apply several methods or strategies in order to meet what learner needs. That's why technology doesn't play significantly roles here, but we can use many tools like if you want to create game-based learning, we can use traditional game that exists in our area. For instance, in Java, I don't know exactly because I'm not Javanese, but in Java they have that pencak silat, or maybe they can imply pencak silat in learning movement when we teach about physics. When we think about energy and movement in physics subject. Or we can use like another tools that exist again in our area to support our activities. So there are a bunch of tools. I didn't know your situation because I need to look at exactly and to analyze your situations before giving the real or the exact solution. But again, for Mr. for Mr. I forgot your name. I'm so sorry. But for Mr. For Mr. who asked how to implement PLE Indonesia, I strongly believe Indonesia is a good sample or a good place to implement PLE, because again, PLE is not about technology at all, but how we can use our tools or things in surrounding and to support our how to use limited resources to support our teaching and learning activities. And the third one, if I'm not wrong or I'm not mistaken and write it down, how to solve noisy when we apply game-based learning. It's really important. It's really interesting question, because learning, especially students in elementary school or junior high school are tend to play and make noisy, not only during the break, but also after or during the learning and teaching activities itself. Therefore, to solve the noisy while implementing game-based learning, maybe you can use like technology, like maybe like a game, online game. So you need to ask them to play without making any noisy. That's one of the best strategy I think that I can advise in order to reduce noisy while implementing game-based learning in classroom. And I think that's all the question that I have. Am I correct?
Thank you very much, Mr. Aula, for the answers for all the questions. And now I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Chu for the panel discussion. So, Dr. Chu, the screen is yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Can you hear my voice? Is it clear? Yeah. Yeah, thank you for Professor David Trogust, and thank you, Aura. It was really good presentation. Professor David Trogust has presented about the diagnostic assessment using two-tier multiple choice questions. And also Aura mentioned about using technology to monitor student learning and their skills. So schools can implement personalized learning environment using technology. Aura only mentioned about game-based learning, but I think Professor David also can share the importance of technology in school in terms of monitoring their understanding, because Professor David Trogust is also doing the technology-based kind of some research. So right now we are using only pen and paper diagnostic instruments, but I am sure because learners' environment is now changing, more technology oriented, maybe we can discuss some ways of using technology to monitor student concept development and also skill development. So any sharing and comments about the Professor David?
Hi, and thanks for that. My colleagues in chemistry, Daniel Southam and Mauro Mussolino, you know, they have developed a way of teaching through what's called POGIL, Project-Oriented Guided Instruction of Learning, POGIL, if you want to know about that, POGIL, and put my name there, you'll find some papers. Now, one of the things that they do with their teaching, they might teach for like a lecture with several hundred students for 20 minutes, and then they provide some diagnostic questions, and the students have got clickers or they've got a mobile phone, and they choose the answer. The answer comes up on the on a screen of like how many people chose A and how many choose B and how many choose D, and then the instructor can look at those results, make some comments about it. Students have a little bit of discussion, and then move back to the lecture. So in some ways, it's using some of those same ideas that Aula put together. It's using the technology as an integral part of the teaching. And yes, it becomes a bit noisy, but you know, lab work is noisy too. So I think teachers, competent teachers learn to manage this in an effective way.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think as many as we use technology, I am sure student engagement will show different patterns. And I think you can find later this paper, POGIA, using POGIA approach. So you can find more ways. Using clicker, mobile phone, it's all technology. And one of you mentioned Indonesia, all the technologies, in some places, those technology are very poor. I mean, we don't need many technology devices in school if you can provide a few as a group, and group can approach together. Maybe that's one of the solution in the poor technology place. But we have to find some ways how to bring all these opportunities for all students in every place. So I hope that can be discussed at the Indonesian government level or policymakers level. So I think that's a really important discussion here. And also, Aura mentioned about game-based learning. Maybe if you know many different kinds of game for teachers to use in the classroom, it will be great. So maybe Aura, you can suggest some kind of game, online games in science classroom. What could be great? Also, David could suggest some kind of game-based instruction in science to develop student concept understanding. So Aura, do you know some kind of good games in the classroom teachers could implement?
I just checked my phone actually, because I have several. I downloaded several apps that have been used worldwide. For instance, for a game. I'm sorry, but I need but I've been using this in a while, and for instance, like in science or in wait a minute, sorry. But in biology, you can use like forestry, and then you can use also Leaf Spout. Is one of the mobile augmented reality game. More focus. I mean, again, when we mention about augmented reality, the device, especially the smartphone, has to be has the camera, so you can search or you can focus on specific area. And then another game that I would like to offer is Science Baseball. You can search it online. And then Science Leopardi, LE, but I can share it after if needed. I mean, some kind of games in science subjects, both in
Yeah.
biology, chemistry, physics, geoscience, and other field of science.
Yeah, when you pass your PowerPoint slides to Dr. Pfizer, maybe you can suggest a few things. In my university, we often use Minecraft.
Yeah.
Minecraft has lots of lesson plans and science lessons there. If you are interested in, you can search Minecraft and play. Your teacher have to be familiar with those games. Then you can get better idea for student for you to teach certain science concepts there. I think David has lots of experience of using those kind of online games for student biology concept development, other things maybe.
No, I don't have a lot of experience like that. No, I don't. With
What
online
about
games.
the dinosaur, making different types of dinosaur using the DNA, different DNA?
That right. I know what you mean. Yes. So this was using models really more than anything else. So I mean, this is I mean, Aula's work, I think, is building on those kind of earlier work, like pencil and paper learning or learning with models. And now I do some work with a colleague here, Mihai Won, and she looks at augmented reality, immersive augmented reality. So students learn how to understand chemical reactions by being inside the chemical reaction. It's very interesting. But that requires a lot of technology. That is the question is always, how can you do this? And some school in Australia showed how they could teach science this way, and it looked ridiculous because they put all these students into the gymnasium because they needed to walk around and not bump into things. So that's not a normal way to teach.
Yeah.
I have a question for Aula. So in Bandung, which is, I mean, I've been to Bandung, a very nice area of your country. So students would have in school would have mobile phones.
Yes.
All students.
Yes.
Right. Now, what about students in less urban areas? Do they have mobile phones or do they not?
I don't know exactly the answer, but based on my assumption and observations, I believe after the pandemic, I think most of students are having phones because they have to join the class online, and it's required them to have phone.
Okay, maybe I can
I
add.
think this is one of the most astonishing outcomes of this pandemic. That people in like remote areas, because of the way the technologies worked, they get access to the same kind of information that people get in the cities. So the pandemic has created the technology so we end up with a more equitable society, which is kind of interesting because that was not perceived to be that way at the outcome, but I think this is what's happened. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah.
And it seems like everyone in the world has a mobile phone, right? And if they're more clever than me, they can use it for these learning opportunities that Aula is referring to.
Yeah, right.
Tell me about Minecraft, Hyun. I don't know it.
Okay, Aura, have you played Minecraft?
No, I don't know it.
Yes.
Yeah.
back when I was at Lehigh, my friends, my professor, and I were able to demonstrate Minecraft and how to engage students with special need, and with special need for sure, not with a particular student. We are more focused at the time on how to engage students with special needs into teaching and learning. And it was fun because you only to put one things and then to constructing building using Minecraft. And we were also having fun in finding finding the result of each stage, because you have to jumping into this area to find the clue and then the answer, and to find the question and the clue, and then after receiving the question or the clue, you have to move to another places, which is really fun. And I think it worked best for junior high school students and senior high school students, because when we play Minecraft, it's more, student understanding of the tool is more important, because we don't have time to direct them and to teach them how to use the tools. So, but I don't think it's worked well for elementary school, because the ability to use the tools is now not well. So that's my thought. I don't know. How about you, Rob?
The Minecraft was played by my son when he was in kindergarten. What he did, he did the mining, use all the materials, and build a house. That's the basic idea of Minecraft as a game. But now people revised it for education purpose. So in my STEAM program, we talked about forest around the school. So it's at the year 10 level at school. So before we go to field trip, we ask a student to build forest ecosystem using the Minecraft game software. So they can build big tree, small tree, shrub level of trees. And if there are too many big trees, then shrub level will destroy it. So I think teacher has to be nowadays very creative and innovative to teach science concept in the science. We can use all kinds of technology out there, but problem is how we can connect it to science teaching, the targeted science concept. I think that's the most important for us to help students to develop science concepts. So when we use diagnostic instrument, they can show their concept development before and after. There are lots of opportunities for science educators to change the classroom and also encourage students' active participation in science. I think,
So they can do this with the technology.
Yes.
Right. That's the idea.
Yeah, thank you for the panel discussion, Professor David and Aura. And I will pass my mic to the presider. If you wanna ask a few more questions to David and Aura, maybe each one question will be great to close our session.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Chu, for guiding the panel discussion this afternoon. So now, because it's already 3 p.m., so it is the time for, we will still have offline workshop after this. So I think this is the end of our session. Thank you very much, Professor Trigest and also Mr. Aula. So before we close, I would like to invite Professor Trigas and also Mr. Aula to give one or more closing statement for the participants. Professor Trigas, please.
You're asking me to ask the questions.
To give a closing statement, maybe one or two
right.
thing for the participants.
Yes. One point I'd like to make about using diagnostic assessment. You can use your in a normal classroom situation. Take a test item and ask students to improve the item. If you do that, the students really have to think and argue about, is this a good question? Which is the right answer? Does this look like the right answer, but it's the wrong answer? And by using a normal item in your classroom, but treating it in a different way to make those learners be more like developers of a test item, you will be amazed at the level of engagement of the students. So I encourage you to do that.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Trigas. So he encouraged the teachers to engage the students in developing the test item. Thank you very much, Professor Trigas. And for the next, I would like to invite Mr. Aula to give a closing statement, please.
Yeah, I think one of the best suggestions or quote that I would like to present to all of teachers, and also it's remind me as instructional designer, is that although technology has played a significant role in many situations and many conditions, again, technology alone isn't going to improve student achievement. But again, technology is only a tool. But in order to create great atmosphere and the experience for teachers and students, I would say the best combinations is working with technology, and teacher itself have to familiar themselves with any kind of technology in order to improve the learning outcomes and to meet the learning goals also. And one more important thing or point I would like to mention is that knowing your learner characteristic is another essential or another important thing or item that you should recognize, or you should recognize when the first time you meet your student. Because if we don't know our audience, or if we don't know the characteristic of our audience, it doesn't work at all. And we cannot apply anything. Although with the advance of technology, with many strategies or many instructional methods, again, knowing and analyzing the characteristic of our audience is the essential things in having great atmosphere in school setting. So that's all, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aula. So indeed, the first thing that we have to do is recognizing the characteristic of students, and then after that we can utilize technology to improve the teaching in the classroom. Thank you very much, Mr. Aula. And that's the end of the keynote session this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participations and also for interesting questions. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we will provide certificate of appreciations for Professor Trigas and also for Mr. Aula. The certificate of appreciation will be provided by Professor Nur Hayati. She is a senior lecturer in the Biology Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar. For Professor Nur Hayati, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good afternoon. It is our honor to have all distinguished educators joining us here and share valuable insight about methodological approaches that can be used by science teachers in improving teaching practice in their classroom. Here we present a certificate of appreciation for Professor David Treguis from Karting University. Thank you very much for sharing about diagnostic assessment.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And this is a certificate of appreciation for Aula Andika Fikrullah Albarat MS. Thank you very much for sharing your research, personalized learning. We got a lot of valuable knowledge from this workshop session. Hopefully, all teachers participating in this workshop can implement that knowledge to improve their teaching practice. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Nur Hayati, for delivering certificate of appreciation for Professor Treguis and also for Mr. Aula Andika. Alright, thank you very much for all participants joining our event today, and special appreciation for all speakers, Professor Treguis and Mr. Aula, and also thank you very much for Dr. Chu for guiding the panel discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much, and see you at the third session of the workshop. Hopefully we will deliver it on November. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Mas Aula. Baik Bapak Ibu, kita masih punya sesi face to face dengan Dr. Chu. Mungkin sekitar setengah jam untuk kegiatan timnya nanti. Terkait dengan masih bisa setengah jam. Iya. Iya. Ya, terkait dengan topik yang mungkin Bapak Ibu tertarik untuk follow up di penelitiannya nanti ya. Mungkin untuk merefresh bisa minum kopi dulu di luar sambil ini. Untuk kegiatan face to face ada link baru yang akan saya share, mungkin ke salah satu saja, nanti Ibu bisa share ke temannya yang lain, dan bisa duduk berkelompok, bertiga satu kelompok. Mungkin Pak, 2 guru 1 dari kampus mungkin Bu, Ya, jadi bebas saja pilih, mau pilih Pak Rahmat, mau pilih Pak Asyam, mau pilih Ibu Dian, mau pilih Ibu Arifah, ya, semuanya free, ya, bebas dipilih. Dr. Chu, are you still Bita? Okay, I will send you the link Zoom for this session.